I pretend I'm things that I am not. I lied again and I got caught. I lie so much, a sick amount. I lie so much that you lose count. I'm a rotten, filthy liar. I lie so much, my pants on fire. I'm a rotten, filthy liar. I lie so much, my pants on fire. Liar, liar, pants on fire. I will never change. Liar, liar, pants on fire. I've become deranged. I've been lying so long, deceive my viewers so wrong. I've been running from the truth. I've been lying to you. I'm a rotten, filthy liar. I lie so much, my pants on fire. I'm a rotten, filthy liar. I lie so much, my pants on fire. Liar, liar, pants on fire. I will never change. Liar, liar, pants on fire. I've become Liar, liar, pants on fire. I will never change. Liar, liar, pants on fire. I've become deranged.
So we're here in Niagara Falls, New York at Parody Aerospace, aka David Wilcock's UFO factory. And as you can see, there's nothing going on. The main entrance is locked. There's nobody there. There's nobody in the parking lot. It's on the side of a semi-busy road, but there's not a single person in the building. And yeah, they're supposed to be in full production right now, and I don't see a single employee there. So, David Wilcock, you're full of shit.
I'm David Wilcock, I'm lying again. The truth seekers will have their revenge. I'm David Wilcock, I'm lying again. The truth seekers will have their revenge. I lie about Stephen, he's telling the truth. I lie about Stephen, it's all I can do. I lie about Stephen, reporting the truth. I lie about Stephen.
You urinate before you get into the bathtub, be in the bathtub every day for like a half an hour. It was a heavy metal detox, and so it creates a telepathic transmedium effect in the water. Ha 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 ha. He bathed in his pee-pee.
I'm a liar, grifting scammer. I'm taking money from you. I'm a liar, grifting scammer. You know that's what I do. I'm David Wilcock, my whole life. I'm David Wilcock, don't open your eyes. I'm David Wilcock, I'll profit from lies. I'm David Wilcock, don't open your eyes. I'm a lion, grifting scammer. I'm taking money from you. I'm a lion, grifting scammer. You know that's what I do. I'm David Wilcock, a scammer half of my life. I'm David Wilcock, don't open your eyes. Don't open your eyes. You listen to my lies. Don't open your eyes. You listen to my lies. Don't open your eyes.
He looks like me. He's got my wavy hair, and he's a major character throughout the movie. So the David fetish in Hollywood goes on.
Aren't you finished painting that yet? There's a pile up a mile wide behind you. What's eating you, boy?
Were making fun of me because I had special abilities in this ultimate personality that they created. I had telekinesis.
What?
I don't mean to alarm you.
No, well, if that's all. What? Do you mind telling me what you do want to do?
This was the first time I've been able to get the 3D printer to make one of these. Now, wait a minute, David. That looks kind of evil. That looks like the devil's pitchfork. What the hell are you all doing here?
Good grief!
I am sorry. But when you start finding out that people made you into a banana sandwich, and you start remembering those things,
That sounded terrible. You'll never fit in. Now you come to elf practice and learn how to wiggle your ears and chuckle warmly and...
Dark corners of the night, secrets hidden from the light. Whispers turn to screams, shattering all your dreams. Eyes wide open now, truth you can't disavow. Echoes through the halls, crashing all your walls. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes. Shadows try to hide, no place for them to bide. Light will pierce you through, reveal what is true.
lying again. Decades of fakery he can't defend. David Wilcock is lying again, but karma always has its revenge. Fake insiders and secret space lies. Fake bullshitters I try to disguise. Fake stories I sell to the weak. Fake stories I just repeat. David Wilcock is lying again. Decades of fakery he can't defend. David Wilcock is lying again, but karma always has its revenge. Fake stories, that's all I got. Fake stories, I hope you forgot. Fake stories, my history of lies. Fake stories, open your eyes. David Wilcock is lying again. Decades of fakery he can't defend. David Wilcock is lying again, but karma always has its revenge. Fake stories, my history of lies. Fake stories, open your eyes. Fake stories, my history of lies. Fake stories, open your eyes. My history of lies. Fake stories, always open your eyes. David Wilcock is lying again. Decades of fake lie he can't defend. David Wilcock is lying again, but karma always has its revenge.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and I wore the right shirt today. Don't sue me, bro. Don't sue me, bro. So, you know, there's some things that you just never imagine will happen to you in life. And lately, David Wilcock has really sort of been unraveling mentally. Now, of course, some would argue he's been a little nutty or crazy for his entire life, but lately it appears to be getting worse. And we began with him claiming that I was all of these different people on the internet with fake accounts. We proved in many cases that that was not the case. Then he accused me of reporting him to animal control. We proved with on the record statements from the people who actually contacted Boulder County Animal Control that I didn't report him to animal control. And so these false allegations that he keeps making against me, and let's be clear, he's making false allegations to try to tarnish or damage my reputation because my reporting on him is entirely 100% accurate and further backed up by receipts. When we tell you that Stavati is being sued by another creditor that they didn't pay, like the accountant, we show the court documents. So he keeps making these false allegations. My favorite was when he claimed that I got him swatted. And he said over and over again, my friend Steven, we've all seen the video, got me swatted. And he said it over and over and over again that I got him swatted. So we went and got the police records and the report. There was no swatting. Zero. None. He lied about all of that. Then we got the body cam footage so everybody could see what actually happened. What actually happened was an animal control officer went to talk to him at his home. He didn't answer the door, so they left a card on his door. That's not swatting, David Wilcock. But what we know is that David Wilcock embellishes and exaggerates everything in his life. The wind blows too hard, and he's being attacked by weather weapons from the CIA. You know, one of his critics, he found out, would be in an audience where he had to give a speech. He turned that into terrorism threats and bomb threats. And we know that because he said that there was bomb threats against that contact in the desert. We contacted the local police. There were no bomb threats. He said that the hotel had to double their security, and there was police all surrounding the hotel because of these threats of terrorism and bombs against him. None of that was reality. We checked with the local police. We checked with the hotel manager. I even spoke with the security. There's a man in charge of security at the hotel. We spoke with him. None of that was true. So David Wilcock constantly and continually just embellishes or exaggerates things, or he just is a paranoid, delusional schizophrenic, and this is how he perceives the world. But lately, things have gotten even worse. Because on his latest live stream, David Wilcock actually said that I'm some kind of master hacker, and that I somehow got into his bank account and stole $4,000 from his bank account, his own bank account. And he also said that I'm doing that on purpose to steal his audience's donations away from him and to keep him poor. And the fact that I even have to deny having anything to do with that is ridiculous. But here it goes. I have not now, nor have I ever had any of David Wilcock's banking information, nor have I attempted ever in my life to fraudulently take money from some other person's bank account other than my own. Full stop. So none of this stuff ever happened. And, Mr. Wilcock, we're reaching a point. Remember, you said you're suing me. So let's just put some things on the record. First, you said I was a Satan worshiper. Your only evidence for that is I once wore a devil mask doing a comedic parody on this very show. Then you said I was a child predator. Absolutely no evidence of that. And by the way, you dumb dickhead, I volunteer for children's charities still sometimes. And I have in the past had those sort of background checks that you have to be around children, always clear. So what is going on here? Why does he continue to make these allegations against me? He said that I tried to extort money from him. He said that I left death threats on a voicemail at Stavati. And again, coming back to the paranoid, lens in which he views his world, I did call Stavati and ask questions. So is that what he's embellishing or exaggerating into death threats? Is it like a death threat when I call and I say, hey, are you guys being sued again by another creditor? Hey, are you guys being evicted from part of your property after letting a sewage company dump fill on that property illegally? Those are death threats to David Wilcock. And by the way, to the best of my knowledge and recollection, I haven't left them a voicemail in months and months and months and months and months. But I'm not stupid, David Wilcock. If you're leaving a voicemail, you know you're being recorded. Does it make sense that somebody would leave a death threat with their own name and identifying information and telephone logs verifying that you're the one that called on a voicemail? Would I really leave death threats? No, I'm not that stupid. And by the way, to the best of my knowledge and recollection, I have never threatened physical harm on anybody. Period. Full stop. I've never issued any death threats. I've never extorted anybody. I've never stolen from anybody's bank account. But yet here we are. And David Wilcock has no sense of reality. Do you realize what you just did, accusing me of a crime? You're now enabling me to get a temporary restraining order against you because you are seriously crazy and delusional. And we can display that to the Boulder County authorities by just playing them clips like you saying that an angel told you to take baths in your own piss, clips like you saying that you're going to be the ambassador for the aliens when they arrive in May of 2025, clips like you saying that you're going to testify in front of Congress about aliens and you're going to work for the Trump administration. We can clearly establish that you have some mental problems. And when you get to the point of let's review again, for the purposes of keeping this on the record, you said I was a Satan worshiper. You said I was a child predator. You said that I tried to extort money from you or your company. You said that I left death threats for you on a voicemail. Now you're saying that I stole money out of your bank account, which just so happens to be some kind of data service center. And you were just talking about opening data centers with Stavati, right? Just a coincidence there. So I believe that you've given me enough to start filing some sort of criminal action against you, should I choose to. And the fact that you think it's just okay with no evidence whatsoever to claim that I stole money from your bank account to, and remember, friends, he's doing all of this each time to 500,000 people. Every time he says these things, 500,000 people at least have the potential for 500,000 people. He's got 500,000 subscribers, have the potential to hear these slanderous allegations, false allegations against me. And of course, it's going to tarnish and damage somebody's reputation. You tell enough people these kind of lies. And I also just want to say, David Wilcock, I don't have a proven history of lying to people or scamming people. We can clearly establish that you scammed entire audiences out of money over and over and over again, just with Corey Good. Just with Corey Good alone proves that you are indeed a scam artist. He admitted under oath he made those stories up. Now you can claim you didn't know, or oh, it was in the vicinity of truth. Make your excuses. And then he's complaining because I keep bringing up Corey Good. And he says, oh, that was 2018. You just did a live event with Corey Good a few months ago, pal. You're not done grifting with Corey Good. You haven't distanced yourself. And from what I hear, a large portion of why your wife left you was because you were so stupid and would not cut your ties with Corey Good. And in fact, I believe that it's Corey Good or one of Corey Good's sycophant cult members that is giving him this terrible legal advice, right? Because he's using the same terms that Corey Good used in his lawsuits, which, by the way, failed miserably. And did you know this? David Wilcock, Corey Good now owes like $80,000 to people. I think it's somewhere around that vicinity for falsely accusing them and making false accusations. And so they have gotten awarded their attorney's fees. And now Corey Good has to pay the people that he sued somewhere upwards of $80,000, I believe is the figure currently, but it may be more. It may be more. So he's playing quite a dangerous game. And, one of the other interesting things is that he keeps accusing me of being multiple people. And it's ridiculous that I have to bring people on my show just to prove to David Wilcock's dumb as rocks moron followers that I'm not all these different people. And this is basically what happened. He has conflated everybody on the internet that talks shit about him or doesn't like him into one convenient supervillain that he can tell his followers is attacking him and extorting him and stealing money from him. And that supervillain just happens to be me. But it's all falsehoods, just like everything he talks about. So one of the people he accused me of being was John Christian Spadavaccia, who, like me, is a reporter, called Stavati and asked questions and interviewed people about Stavati. That's a terrorist, according to David Wilcock. But he accused me of everything that John was doing, the phone calls he was making. Of course, he embellished and exaggerate. The whole thing with that is just a reporter making calls and asking people questions. That's terrorism to David Wilcock. But he accused me of being John Christian Spadavaccia. Then we brought him here. He was a guest on our show just to prove to David Wilcock's dumb as rocks followers that I'm not all these different people. One of the most recent people that he accused me of being is a person that goes by Lily, Mother of Demons. And so just for fun, I thought we'd bring her here and show David Wilcock, hey, you dumb moron, you have more than one critic on the internet. Let's bring her in. Welcome. Welcome, Lily.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I just wanted to bring you here mostly so people could see you. And tell us a little bit about what David Wilcock said. I know he shared a screen of something that you wrote on Twitter, right?
Yeah, so I
And by the way,
wrote on.
you're a Satan worshiper too because of your user ID. You're the mother of
Oh, yeah.
demons. You must be a Luciferian Satan worshiper cabal member. Deep state. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, absolutely. I'm all of those things, and that's how I'm getting around his stupid X ban too. So I posted on his Stavati page, nothing like exploiting a recent tragedy for investments good for you. And he screenshotted that and yeah, blasted me.
He shared it on his show, but then he said it was me using a sock account. Do I have
Yes,
access to your Twitter account or your password or
you
any
do
of
not.
that? You got to remember though that I'm a master hacker and I could steal $4,000 from anybody's bank account. And so, tell us a little bit about like why. I know you're trolling him. You're just having a good time, and you make these funny. And by the way, I want to thank you. Some of the faces that you guys see in my music videos were made by Lily, Mother of Demons here. So I take the face and then animate it. But so thank you for that. So you make these funny memes, and you like bust his balls, and he's losing his mind, and he thinks that you're like a CIA deep state operative. Are you being paid by the deep state?
I'm not being paid at all to do this. I just think it's fun because he's an asshole and he deserves it.
Suffer David Wilcock, you bitch. Yeah, so but tell us a little bit like when did you find him and when did you start trolling him and like really why? Like what's the backstory here? Because and what you do is very creative and funny to me, but it's really a real strange tiny little subculture, right?
Yeah, it really is. It's pretty strange. So how I got into the whole thing was I used to be all into the ancient aliens and I was sold on that shit. So I bought the Gaia subscription and I came across David talking to Corey Good. And I remember seeing David on Ancient Aliens and I was like, oh, hell yeah, well, try that out. Well, I got like 3 episodes into it and I'm like, there's plot holes all over the fucking place. None of this makes sense. Like, they've got to be lying. So I got frustrated and I stopped listening. And God, probably about 2 years later, I was listening to the Our Big Dumb Mouth podcast, and they mentioned a podcast called Hidden in Plain Sight, having been correct about Corey Good. So I looked that up and started following them, then started following you, and I was just having fun laughing at it until the shit with his dog went down. And that's where I draw the line with animals. That totally pissed me off. And I was like, you know, this guy's a piece of shit. I'm going to have fun mocking him too.
We want to take a moment to thank some kind and generous people already hearing the call of the goal. Praise the cash. Dragon Steve says gone. And Richard Crawley with a very kind $27.99 says killer production. You know, we're really upping our game. If we're going to troll him, we got to do it the best way possible. And what better way than I just think it's funny to get to that you could watch David Wilcock singing I'm a liar and a scammer. I just think it's funny. Praise the cash from Sneedburger Syndrome, a kind of generous £2. And we have Pentaxenstein with Steve the Snake, Killer Cobra Cambian. Yeah, exactly. And so do you believe that the people giving him, do you believe, let me ask you a question, because this has kind of been on my mind. I think that all of this stuff about him being under all this attacks by this evil Stephen from Canada or Stephen from Pennsylvania now, it's all just to make his audience feel sorry for him and give him more money. Or am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right.
This is a tactic that many of these guys use. Criminal Restreamer with 2 says, I'm here for the soundtrack. We're going to make a whole album of those David Wilcock songs, and I'm going to make a video of them all, like 10 or 15. I'm just going to keep making them. Unfortunately, it takes so long to render one of those that it's going to take me a while. But every time I have time, Lily, this guy has now pissed me off because it's when you go and say this guy stole money from my bank account, that's just too much, right?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Orion with 5 says, have you heard of Forbidden Frontier and would be open to them being on here, I guess? Yeah, no, I haven't heard of them. Send me links. Always send me links. When people tell me things in chat, I tend to forget. African Cucumber with 10. Be careful, Steve. Wilcock craves Polish sausage. I think he's in love with me. I think he's secretly super gay and in love with me. That's what his problem is. Pentaxenstein with 5. He should wear a sign on his 11-inch forehead that reads, "This space for rent." Well, there you go. That would solve his financial problems. And the redneck Preppy with 5 says, "Greetings from the mouth-drooling morons of the DSP Detractiverse. Here's 5 worthless Canadian dollars. We'll take it." Yeah, Canada sucks. All you guys have is maple syrup, which I never like maple syrup. You have shitty beer, Molson Canadian, and you have fake ham. Do you ever have Canadian ham? It isn't. It's just ham. Canadian bacon. It's fake. It's fake bacon. But thank you, the redneck Preppy and Pentaxenstein with 5. I stood up for Wilcock. People said he's not fit to eat with the pigs. I say he is. Oh no. And Lily, do you think that he is heading towards some kind of major mental breakdown when May comes and none of those major predictions happen?
I hope so.
Oh, you hope so. Damn. Pentaxenstein says, "Cobra Cambian, I want you to know you may not be those people, but you'll always be everything to me." Oh, that's very kind of you. Yeah, so he gives me all this credit, though. He said I'm a master hacker last week. I have to be honest, though. I do have a background in computer science, so I don't know if he's lying about that. I don't know. I will neither confirm or deny that I'm a master hacker, but I will deny that I stole money out of his bank account. And didn't he kind of go after you even just for being a woman, like some kind of fucking spiritual guru, right?
Well, he was basically just saying that I was Steven, and I thought that was a bit misogynist of him.
Oh,
because,
okay, that's
I'm
what
a
it was.
woman.
Yeah, you're definitely a woman, and definitely not me. So when May of 2025 comes and none of those big predictions happen, remember he said we're going to have ascension and open extraterrestrial contact by May of 2025. And he had been saying that for like 3 years, but now he's walking it back. He's trying to say no one knows the day or the hour, even though he's been telling us that's the day and the hour for years now. Do you think he's going to go away for a little while and be ashamed of himself? Because when that happens and when May comes and nothing happens, that will mean that he's been collecting money off of these fake angel prophecies for 2 or 3 years now. Do you think he's going to like do this? I call it the what the hell do I call it? I call it the Cosmic Con shuffle. Like you shuffle away for a little while, you hope everybody forgot that you've been lying for years, then you just shuffle back in with fresh bullshit. That's what I'm predicting he'll do. But do you think he's going to apologize or God forbid give any of that money back?
Oh, no, my guess is he's just going to keep grifting. That's how he's paying his bills at this point. So what incentive would there be to stop? He's not going to get a real job. He's a lazy asshole.
Wow. So, just to be clear and put it on the record, he keeps saying that I called him a con man and a grifter. I don't recall if I ever did, but if the shoe fits. So, do you think it's that he's a con man and a grifter?
Absolutely. I think he believes a lot of what Chris says about Stavati, but for the most part, he's a grifter.
And look at this. This is my audience. Can you read my deadpan says, "Steven can't prove Lily isn't Steve. Look at them both wearing glasses. Have you seen the two of them in the same room together? Didn't think so. You do bear a little bit of a resemblance to me. Like you could be my sister or something." So, yeah. No, this is what I did. Can you read my deadpan? I'm a master hacker, so I generated a photorealistic AI avatar and voice and programmed it to be interviewed by me because I'm such a hacker, right? We want to take a moment to welcome everybody from the live chat and remind you we do have a goal tonight of 50 super chats. If we hit that, I'll do a check-in with Corey Goods nonsense because I haven't done that in a while. Yeah, see, there's already Lily is AI Steve. That's what it is, right?
That's got to be it.
Uncle Andy says the man is a
I was going
CEO.
to say, my bleeds. We keep talking over each other now.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a delay for the audience's sake because people will bitch at me later. Uncle Andy, the man is the CEO of an aerospace corporation. How dare you call him lazy? No, he's not the CEO. That's Christopher Beskar. David Wilcock is the head of exotic technology, actually, not the CEO. And so far, he's produced exactly zero technology, let alone exotic technology, right? So where do you see this going, Lily? Is he going to have? I think he's going to have a psychotic breakdown and end up in a rubber room. That's kind of where I am. Do you think that's going to happen?
I'm hoping for more potato sack videos, and I hope somebody 5150s him.
Somebody's asking about the super chats. Tonight's goal is very reasonable. It's $5 or more on the super chat goal. Yesterday we asked for way too much money. we didn't hit the goal. So yeah. Zero David, we call him. Yeah. So if anybody has any comments or questions for Lily, please put them in all capital letters. And Jay Bog is here. Hey, Stephen and Lily, keep up the awesome work. Peace. And share your Twitter handle, like you're at. I have it here. I'll do it. I'm sorry. I should have. I'll put it in the description of the video too. It's at L Mother of Demons on Twitter. And if you go there, you just click on media, you'll see. I got to share some of this just to show the audience some of your incredible work that you do. Look at this. Being Stephen of Canada. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't share it. I'm looking at it. Here we go. This is some of her. I'm here for the memes and just it's funny. Being Stephen of Canada, ever wish your hater hated someone else? She says, hi, David. Do you like my new collaboration project? I was consulting with another Stephen and made this picture. We are many, asshat. We are not all men. Some of us are women who finally got triggered when you neglected your poor dog. And here's him with squirrels. David Wilcock, post-transitioning moments before being eaten alive by the squirrels he thought worshipped him. Oh man, I'm just here for. Oh, look at this one. That's scary. Oh, that's his O face. That's his O face.
It is.
What is this? Oh boy, David's awareness is zero. No awareness of anything. He had self-awareness, for example. He would just admit that his true self and come on the next stream like this. Yeah, like an old tranny, right? And what is this?
Exactly.
Jesus Christ. It's like dickhead, right? David, I've been
So
laughing.
it's a running joke in chat.
Yeah, I've been laughing at your disappearing hair for over a year now, and my life just keeps getting better. When are you just going to give it up and go full thumb? Oh no, that's bad. I gotta mine your site when I need thumbnail art too. Look at that. Sniff sniff. This is the R pajamas, right?
Yep.
Like if you were a little kid and somebody butt banged you, would you save the pajamas all those years? Like that's a little creepy, I think. Right? It's more than a little creepy, and he's sniffing them too. This one I used for a thumbnail. He just broke in a box, living in a box, but he still has a microphone so he could talk to his followers. So there's that, right? And I used this one in the music video. Let's all meditate on those cassettes spontaneously combusting. Could you imagine what level of catastrophe? Oh man, that's all that secret sacred knowledge being lost for all mankind. Whoa, look at that. If David Wilcock hadn't poured all of his money into Stavati, this would be him right now. And this one's one of my favorite. He's getting butt banged by a blue chicken. This is nothing but high quality work, Lily. This is great
Thank
stuff.
you.
High quality. So make sure that you guys follow her because it's worth a follow just for the chuckles, right? So I want to thank you for coming on. I just wanted you to come on briefly, if that's okay, just so we can just add that to the times that I've proved David Wilcock lied to his audience, right? You're definitely not me.
Just
You're not an AI, right? Don't start glitching now.
nope.
All right. Well, I want to thank you. And you're also, are you like you're like a mod for the Hidden in Plain Sight boys as well?
Yep.
Okay. We're supposed to do a show next week together, finally. People have been asking us to do that forever. So we're finally going to make it happen. So, well, anyway, I appreciate you coming and setting the record straight. Lily, mother of demons, definitely not me.
Definitely not.
All
It's
right.
good
Well,
being on. Thanks for having me.
you have a good night. Thank you, Lily. All right. So there we have it, friends. And you could just shut down your phone or tab or whatever. We are going to go. Well, first we'll catch up with the live chat. Then we're going to go through the clips. And wait till you hear some of the shit that David Wilcock said last week. And remember, tomorrow he'll be doing a new live stream. Actually, he'll be doing a new live stream. Not live stream, live stream. Who's pooping? Popping, sorry. Who's popping with 5? There's some superior currency. Lunch meat sandwiches at the goal or get the F out. Also, big ups on the stress successful AI. Yeah, thank you very much for that. And one for the goal. Thank you. And the Toxic Jedi with 5. Steve has such an evil laugh, but at least it's not ack. Yeah, well, we appreciate that. So we're going to get to the clips. We're just going to dive right into the clips. And also, Macario, at Macario Mend on Twitter, who is kind enough to make all these clips for us, also did a new video which shows David Wilcock begging constantly, and I'm here for it. So we're going to share that. Thank you for your kindness, the Toxic Jedi. Successful. Yes. Lily and Steven. Why so many haters, David, says James Pond. Well, he's a scumbag. Of course people hate him. He's a scumbag. He's a complete and total scumbag. You have to be to accuse somebody of literal felonies and of being a child predator and a Satan worshiper with no evidence. Last Minute Lacey is here. Says, hi, Stephen, here again to support you. Thank you for that, Last Minute Lacey. Thank you for exposing all these people with their UFO cash grab. Their actions have harmed the community. Yeah, I agree with you. And thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. So we're going to get right into, where is my, I think I have a fair use banner here. Yes, we have a fair use banner. All the clips we'll be sharing. We're sharing under fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. We are certainly going to be critiquing and talking about the videos which we are sharing.
You can grab that one.
Macario just says, okay, I can't stop laughing at his hair. Yeah, he's looking a little twinky, right? Little twinky right here. Totally not gay, though. Don't worry, friends. He's totally not gay.
You can grab that one. Oh, I don't even have time. You guys are talking really fast now. Everybody likes it except for this one dude. Looking good. That's a trim. Very nice. Very cool hair. Dapper. Fabulous.
Oh, everybody loves his hair except for one person. What's left of his hair?
You look handsome. I love it. Handsome and funny.
And it's pretty funny, too, because he's losing his hair really bad. He's balding really bad on the top of his head. So, you ever know the guys that do that sweep over? He's doing the sweep over, dude, but he's doing it in the middle. Like he's taking whatever hair he has and pushing it to each side to cover his bald ass head. And I'm here for it.
Fresh, sexy ears, Brazil in the house. Good things are coming your way. You look great. Give me a smooch, says Lee McKenzie. All right.
Oh, wow. That's pretty gay. Pretty gay, David Wilcock.
I think this lamp was like...
Oh, yeah. How Wilcock spends his money while he owes $1 million in taxes. So remember, friends, that David Wilcock keeps crying and complaining that he's been broke for 3 years and he doesn't have any money. And meanwhile, he's spending hundreds of dollars on shit like lamps and a Hindu letter sign. And by the way, the Hindu letter sign is the Hindu letter for cocks. That's right. I speak Hindu. I don't. Somebody said it's the Hindu letter for cocks. But I don't know if it is. I don't know if it truly is. Let's see what he has to say here. But here he is bragging about spending money on this stupid shit while he owes what was it, 1.5 million in taxes and all these other people he owes money.
I think this lamp was like $350. So right now you could get that for like what, 140 or 150 Tibetan Tonkas. I got those for way less money than I should, honestly. Tonkas in some stores in Boulder, they cost $1,200 for the big ones. I have like, I don't know, 4 or 5 of them here, maybe 5. But I was able to get 25% off by buying 3 of them. And so...
oh, no, there's no such... It's great if you're going to buy bullshit that you buy discounted bullshit.
And this store, for whatever reason, had them as low as like $650 list price before the 25% discount. So this was the one splurge that I made with my money.
Now remember, he's begging his followers for money. He has said on stream that sometimes he doesn't have enough money for food. And here he just said that he bought 4 or 5 of these Tibetan things, which is basically like a plaque you hang on your wall, I think, a Tonka. But anyway, 4 or 5 times, $650, 4 or 5 times on stupid shit to hang on your walls, while he's lying to his audience saying that sometimes he doesn't have money for food. Hey, dumbass, maybe if you weren't spending $2,500 on nonsense to hang on your walls, you'd have money for groceries and you wouldn't need to tell your audience, sometimes I don't have money for groceries, right? It's absolutely ridiculous. Agos says, Macario Mend here. When it gets closer to the Ascension Day, we should all come on so Wilcock can see all of us. It would make him cry for sure. Oh, well, that's my birthday. May 31st is my birthday. So, sure, we'll have a Truth Seeker's birthday party and David Wilcock's Grift coming crashing down celebration. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sparky McBlaze says he's going to have to eat that moose. Well, David Wilcock is too much of a pussy to actually hunt and eat meat that he hunted. I don't believe that he would ever have the balls, right? Sell a camera, you scumbag, David, says James Bond. James Pond, well, he does have 7 of them, right? It's supposed to be dark in a message room, David, you dolt. He was scared of that beaver. Lunch meat sandwiches time. Did we hit that? We didn't hit the goal already. Let's take a look. No, we're only at 13 of 50 towards the goal. So we got a ways to go here, but we've got plenty of material to get through. So essentially, this dumbass is buying like new age nonsense to the tune of thousands of dollars. He's buying $350 lamps, and he's doing it with your donor money. With your donor money.
And as a result of making that splurge, I got dreams that were telling me, good job. I think this lamp was like
this lamp was
$350.
And he has terrible taste too. You know, like look at that thing hanging on his wall. Does that look like that's worth $650? The one right below the YouTube play button, right? Does that look like something that's worth $650? Does that lamp look like it's worth $350? That looks like something you would buy at a thrift store for $10. But, you know, what do I know, right? What do I know? I don't know anything, apparently.
And then in the process, I caught...
Okay, so they took $4,000 and they still got $1,200. They didn't let someone have access. He seems to have a lot of money on hand.
And then in the process, I caught fraud. I've actually had somebody who's been stealing money from me. We'll get into that in a minute. I caught it. They tried to steal $4,000. And God bless you, Chase Bank. Chase Bank was able to intercept the transactions and refund all but $1,200 of my money. So I hardly lost what they planned on me losing, but I'm going to show you that in just a minute.
Yes. So here is the beginning of the false allegations against me. And Science Evidence Fringe says, it's hilarious that he blames Cambian for this. He's not addressing my questions on why Stavati was evicted, says Salty Pug. Yeah, pretty interesting. And here's some...
Last week that I had...
Macario says, for all you know, Wilcock's ass has been clogged and he wants you to know. He is now telling his idiot followers to not just take the horse paste, even though he has been saying that since he took his vacation in October. Yeah, and by the way, David Wilcock, I have had enough of you and your false allegations against me. And I'm telling you right now that what you did this time is too much. And I haven't taken very much action against you based on the false allegations that you keep placing against me. You're giving people medical advice. Are you a doctor? Because I can go right now to a search engine on your channel and I can show 10 instances of you giving medical advice. Do you know what that is? That's bye-bye YouTube channel, you dumb dickhead. And I haven't done anything that aggressive yet, but if you keep making false allegations against me, then all manner of getting you to stop making false allegations against me to 500,000 people are going to be put on the table. I demand that you apologize and you tell your dumb as rocks moron followers that you were mistaken or that you misinterpreted your so-called evidence. By the way, why does he never show any evidence? He's claiming I stole $4,000 out of his bank account. Where's the evidence of that? Where's the proof of that before you say it? But here he is telling everybody that his ass is clogged.
I had a very hard time sleeping before the show. And part of it was the wind. I went to bed at 11. I got up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I could never go back to sleep.
Maybe it was the reptilian aliens butt banging him while he was trying to get a good night's rest.
And another bizarre feature was that I always had constipation. So if you
He's very constipated.
Page, then you already know where this discussion is going. But then I discovered that the paste had totally destroyed my entire gut flora.
Yeah, maybe that's what happens when you take horse medication, you asshole. And listen, if you make $250,000 a year, should you really be taking horse medication that you buy at a veterinary store? Or do you go to a goddamn doctor and get real human medication? And
so this is why I was having massive constipation, no more than 3 to 4 hours of sleep at a time. This is why I could not sleep after 2 a.m. last Sunday.
This is confirmation of one thing, though. This is 100% proof that David Wilcock is full of shit. He's full of shit. He's saying it himself. He's constipated. That means he is full of shit. Now it is official, friends. David Wilcock is full of it. I don't want to keep cursing, right? Oh, jeez. House with a kind and generous 5 and 1 for the goal. Shave your head, David. You are bald and poor. That's right. David Wilcock is bald and broke and poor. Thank you. House, 1 for the goal. We got another 1 for the goal from Pentaxenstein. What sound does the Wilcock grift train make? Woo, woo. Thank you, Pentaxenstein. So far, Pentaxenstein is the dono bomber tonight, the MVP, but Lenauser is here to catch up. Wait, the dude from Ancient Aliens pays $350 for an ugly lamp. Yeah, aliens are the least of the problems. How are we on the same planet as these people, says Lenauser with 5 and 1 for the goal. It's like George Carlin once said, just think about all the stupid people you know. And remember, no matter how stupid you think they are, they're even stupider than that. That's what I think. And Gome with 1 for the goal. Kind of generous 5 says, full of crap confirmed. That's right. We know it now. He's admitted it. David Wilcock is full of it, right? Oh, my goodness. Here we go. Let's see what else he has to say about being constipated. This is just exciting stuff.
So as soon as I started doing this, my constipation is gone. I seem to be losing more weight, and I got over 9 hours of sleep on Thursday night. So the big lesson here is do not take the paste every single day.
Again, David Wilcock, you're giving people medical advice. That's against YouTube terms of service, and it is a community guideline strike should somebody report you. And I'm not saying that I'm going to, but if you keep making these false allegations against me, I'm going to have to do anything I have to do to stop you from making false allegations about me on YouTube. So what are you going to do? Are you going to apologize or what?
Maybe take it, I don't know, twice a week, whatever is good.
Don't take medical advice from David Wilcock. He is not a doctor. He's a wackadoo.
In maybe a bigger dose, like a bigger glob of toothpaste. You eliminate the bad, you get rid of all the bad parasites, but you rebuild yourself with the good.
Here's this idiot giving medical advice, right? He's a complete and total idiot. Complete and total idiot.
I got to admit, I liked the long hair too.
Okay, so Macario says $2 billion is on his way. Stevati Aerospace is being sued by an investor and 5 or 6 contractors that did work for them and weren't paid, including their accountant. He says, and also an accounting firm they didn't pay. What does that all mean? Stevati is going to open a plant in India, China, the Middle East, the US, and Canada. Buffalo Spunks, imagine thinking his hair was the problem. That's right, David. No one wanted to invest because they were obsessed with your hair. Grow the F up. And somebody said he's like that cokehead that tried to sell the $500 million house. Yes.
But you know what? I don't want anything to get in the way of us getting this deal done. We have a massive business plan. It's $2 billion. That's the biggest one that we've made.
Somebody's going to give a company, an aerospace company that's never built an airplane, $2 billion. Sure, David Wilcock. And you're going to build hover cars? Yeah. And you're going to build electric vehicles and manufacture them in the United States, creating all these jobs. And you're going to build free energy engines. And you're going to build spaceships and super advanced jet fighters. Sure.
We have 4 parties competing over who's going to get to fund it for us.
You ever notice every week there's a big deal coming for Stevati, but then the deal never comes in, and the next week he's talking about different big deals? Remember, this is the same guy that said that somebody was investing billions of dollars into the company. Well, he started with like, we've got a new investor. They're going to invest $5 million. Now it's up to billions. This, my friends, is the mark of a bullshitter. They exaggerate, and then their lies have to become more and more grand because they've already told you the other lie. Somebody's investing millions. You got to step up the pathological lies and become more grandiose. So then it turns into billions of dollars are being invested. And their only asset is a hangar, an empty hangar we saw at the beginning of the broadcast where nothing is going on. They have no assets. They owe millions of dollars to people that they scammed, quite frankly, allegedly.
Now, and we've basically come down to the fact that, okay, it's first come, first serve. Whoever wants to do this first will get it. And if the others still want to do it, there's other things we can do because some of what's in that business plan is a phase 1 thing. But a big part of it is our
3 years. 3 years he's been saying that. Remember, 3 years ago, he said they'd have a working hover car prototype within a year.
SM920 airliner. I don't have any pictures of it. I don't have any models of it, but I have
you can't show us the plastic G.I. Joe toy this
I'm
time?
going to show you. It's an amazing breakthrough. Imagine an airliner that saves you 33% of the money on every flight. Think about these airlines.
Yeah, they've never built an airplane in their entire lives, being in business for 30 years, but they're going to build an airplane that's better than any of the competition. Better than Lockheed Martin, better than Northrop Grumman, better than Boeing. Sure.
They're changing the seats. They're making them tighter together. And, the aisle is really narrow. We're going to do a 30-inch wide aisle so you can get past the beverage cart. We're going to do bigger seats. We're going to do probably 19 inches instead of 17 inches. So you'll have more room. It's a lot quieter.
There's a lot of detail about an imaginary airplane that they'll never build, right?
It flies a lot longer and it costs 33% less. That means that instead of the typical airline standard for like an Airbus A320 of doing 12 cents per passenger mile, per passenger per seat, 12 cents per passenger mile is about the best that the Airbus does. We've got it down to 8 cents per passenger mile.
Wow, great. So in the land of make-believe, David Wilcock has cracked the code of aviation, but only in the land of make-believe, not in the real world.
So there's no other
Important to
way
note.
that they can make that kind of money, save that kind of money. So this is going to be a game-changing airliner. It's a non-military, peaceful technology.
So far, they're building jet airplanes that also can fly in space, right? They're building hover cars. They're building special airplanes for fire people to use. You know, those kind of planes that dump water or whatever, fire retardant on wildfires. They're building electric vehicles. Now they're building airplanes for airlines as well. But one thing you'll notice is all these things that he keeps saying they're building, they never actually build. And then next week, he's going to say they're building something else. He was just saying that they're going to do data centers. They're going to do power plants. Like, just pie in the sky, land of make-believe nonsense, David Wilcock. You're never going to build any of this shit.
That's, as it turns out, that's what everybody's actually fighting over, is the airliner. So very, very exciting stuff going on. We're probably going to have a plant in India to make them.
Oh, now not only are they going to build a manufacturing plant for electric vehicles in the United States. By the way, David Wilcock, go ask an industry expert like Elon Musk or somebody that works for GM or Ford or whoever, how much does it cost to build a manufacturing plant for electric vehicles in the United States? You're talking about hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. But don't worry, and now they're going to build manufacturing in India as well. Like, does this lunatic really think that a company that's never produced a single product or service is suddenly going to get billions of dollars to do all these grandiose pie in the sky things?
We might have another one in China. We might have another one in the Middle East.
Oh, they're going to put one in China and the Middle East. So that's a couple $100 million for the electric vehicle plant in the United States, a couple $100 million for an airplane manufacturing plant in India, a couple $100 million for one in China, and a couple $100 million for one in the Middle East. We're up to like billions of dollars here, David Wilcock.
Definitely going to have one here.
So all he needs to do all these grandiose things is for some dumb moron to give them billions of dollars. And then trust me, guys, they'll do all these things.
America. We might even also get one going in Canada.
Oh, one in Canada. Yeah, we're up to $1 billion now. All these grandiose plans that never come to fruition.
If Canada's open to it, probably after we get rid of Justin. I don't think he's ever going to let us do this, but you can't argue with the price.
You can't argue with the price of the imaginary airplanes that do not exist except maybe in a computer model. And I'm sorry, David Wilcock, that's not real. Anybody can build a computer model. Anybody can build a 3D print model. I've done it. It doesn't mean that you're actually going to manufacture anything at all.
I got to admit, I liked the long hair too, but you know.
Oh, this one's a duplicate. Let's go to the next one.
Well, yeah, it's an exciting time because, you know, saving money is what we're all about. These designs that we've come up with for both the military and commercial airspace save you.
Yeah, by the way, he has previously claimed that they were selling airplanes to different countries. Do you have any idea what the regulations are like to sell something like a weapon system platform to another country? He lives in a delusional fantasy land, friends.
You a fortune. And we have a firefighting aircraft.
There's the firefighter
that
thing.
Costs 33% less to run as well, 33% less on maintenance.
Oh, everything
and
is
the list price is a lot less. And these are real. We know exactly how they're going to be made. We've already prototyped them. So we have the prototypes.
He hasn't prototyped anything. They don't have prototypes. They have 3D printed toys. That's what they have. David Wilcock, a 3D printed toy is not a prototype. You moron.
And we're ready to go. They digitally fly in
They digitally fly in a computer.
Digital simulators. The military knows what we're talking about. We have high level interest from everybody. So
yeah, they have high level interest from everybody. Then why is your company in the shitter and can't pay their bills? They always have these big deals, but they can't pay their accountant. They can't pay the electrician that worked on their facility. They can't pay the sprinkler company. They can't pay back the money that they essentially just stole, allegedly, from a previous investor who called their business a Ponzi scheme and an investment scam.
It's very exciting. This is, once we get money, then it's going to be like when it rains, it pours.
Yeah, like I said, once they get money, all they need is billions of dollars, and then they're going to do all of these fantastical things. Well, I guess I could do fantastical things too if somebody just gave me $2 billion, but I wouldn't go in a public live stream talking about all the things that I would do if I had somebody giving me billions of dollars, because I think that would come across as being a lunatic. Being a stark, raving, mad lunatic.
And we're going to get all this stuff that starts to happen at the same time.
Yeah, it's all going to happen at the same time. Because I've been saying all this stuff is going to happen for years now. But don't worry, it's all going to happen at the same time.
But anyway, back to the key question here, which is, what is the alliance?
The alliance is a fake construct made up by Pete Peterson, who lied about his education, who lied about being an early computer pioneer, who lied about winning the Order of Lenin Award in Russia, who lied about working for the Russian equivalent of NASA. I checked with a Russian space historian. He never did. This guy, Pete Peterson, was a senile old man who would tell David Wilcock stories. And one of the stories he told him was about this fictional alliance group that he keeps talking about. So every time he says alliance, what he's really saying is this fictional group that this senile old man told me about that there's no evidence or proof of actually existing.
It is a group, so we are told, and there's lots of evidence to support this.
There's no evidence to support this. Show the evidence, you moron. You dumb dickhead. Show the evidence, you moron. He never shows evidence. Because there is none. It's a story told to him by a senile old man who was a con artist himself, who was involved in pump and dump stock scams. We showed the proof of that when we investigated him. We also showed the proof that his education was fake, that he never worked for Ronald Reagan, that he wasn't a science and technology advisor, that he didn't work for the Russian equivalent of NASA, that he didn't win the Russian Order of Lenin Award like he claimed. This guy was a complete and total con artist, and David Wilcock milked him for stories. He's been dead for years, and David Wilcock is still using him as a source
of U.S. military and intelligence personnel. In fact, there was only 3 agencies in this country that really were not working for the alliance already.
oh man, it is just too much. It is just too much.
I'm in over 100 episodes of Ancient Aliens on History Channel. It's an amazingly popular show.
He loves reminding people that he was on Ancient Aliens. The areas that Ancient Aliens is most popular in explains why there are so many people outside of the U.S. that send Wilcock money. So here
they're running it all weekend now. They're running it most of the week on History as well. History is a channel that everybody gets all over the world. It's the most popular show in India, the most popular show in Bali, and the most popular television show in many South American countries. Plus, it's in the top 5 on Netflix.
So you mean, like, it's very popular with uneducated people who don't realize that it's all garbage?
So I'm in over 100 of them. I also do have consulting producer credit because I simply knew so much about the topics that I said, look, you guys really ought to give me producer credit. So anyway.
Yeah, and then what happened? Why aren't you on Ancient Aliens anymore? They're still making new ones. You got fired.
That's where...
Allegedly.
Most people know me from. This is the typical brand look that I have on Ancient Aliens. Maybe a
Twinkie look? Is that what you're saying? This is your brand? Looking like a gay, aging loser? That's your brand? You're looking like a gay, aging loser is your brand?
a little bit shorter.
Maybe a little bit shorter even. Okay.
It wasn't until 2018 that I joined, and I joined because...
Macario says his eyes look even more dead than usual. He really lives in his own reality.
I found out that we can do free energy, we can do anti-gravity, we can do med beds.
Yeah. You know how everybody in my audience knows how I feel about med beds. They don't exist. It's from the movie Elysium, you moron. And also, free energy is not real, and to the best of scientific current knowledge, neither is anti-gravity. But he's going to crack the code. He's so smart that he has all the physicists in the world are wrong, and he's right. And remember, he previously scammed everybody and sold a $333 course on free energy and anti-gravity. And he said, if you take my course, you'll be able to do it too. So if he's teaching a course in how to do free energy and anti-gravity, why can't he show us working examples of free energy and anti-gravity? It's because those are fiction. That's science fiction, David Wilcock. And we know that his course was garbage and that he basically scammed everybody for $333 because we, friend of the show, Jeremy Rise, the alien scientist, and Mark from Falcon Space, those guys are real scientists. They took the course and they both said it was nonsense. It was cobbled together public domain stuff from the internet, nothing original. And David Wilcock showed no working anti-gravity. He showed no working free energy. He just took everybody's $333, claiming that if you pay him the $333, you'll be able to do free energy and you'll be able to do anti-gravity. And nobody that took his course has been able to produce a working free energy device or anti-gravity device.
We have the quantum computing chips where you get...
And these quantum computing chips that he's talking about come from the fake computer pioneer, Pete Peterson, who, number one, is dead. Number two, died penniless and broke, a loser. If he had quantum computing chips that were magnitudes faster than Intel, AMD, or Apple Silicon, right? Or ARM processors or RISC processors, then he wouldn't have died a penniless loser. He died a penniless loser. You claim this Pete Peterson invented these special chips. Where are they at? I have a background in computer science. Show me a chip, David Wilcock. Let me test your chip to see if it does the things that you're lying to people about right here, you moron. You don't know, he knows nothing about computer science. What we're about to get is a bunch of dribble about photons and things like that. That's not how integrated circuits work, you dumb moron.
An array of 144,000 processors in there.
Yeah, so he's saying that this Pete Peterson, who had a fake education and was involved in pump and dump technology scams, stock scams, invented a chip with 144,000 cores on it. But yet he died penniless. Can you show us the computer chip with 144,000 cores on it, David? I have a background in computer science. I'd love to see a computer chip with 144,000 processing cores. And why hasn't NVIDIA or Intel or Apple or ARM or IBM or anybody else that makes computer processing chips, why haven't they been able to do this? But you, some loser on the internet, claim that you can do this. Just like you could do free energy. Just like you could do anti-gravity. You are a lying, grifting scumbag. Your whole world is a false reality built on bullshit, bro.
That are as powerful as 10,000 desktop computers. It uses photons instead of electrons. And the photons are in quantum superposition.
This is all science fiction fed to him by a senile old man. And remember, Pete Peterson claimed that he manufactured the first alphanumeric computer with an alphanumeric keyboard. We checked every computer museum. Nobody ever heard of your Pete Peterson in computer circles. We checked with real industry insiders, people like Dave Haney from Commodore Amiga fame and others. We checked every vintage computer museum in the United States and Europe, and there are many of them. Nobody ever heard of Pete Peterson, his revolutionary computer that he claimed he invented and beat Apple to market and Commodore market. Nobody ever heard of him. And nobody in the computer industry, and I know many people in the computer industry, ever heard of Pete Peterson. But he's sitting here telling you that Pete Peterson was some kind of goddamn super genius that is inventing computer chips with 144 processing cores that are faster than 10,000 or what did he say, 100,000 desktop computers. If that were the case, you would be an instant billionaire if you had chips like that. Intel, NVIDIA, everybody would want those processing, would want the power of that processor. It would be orders of magnitude leap ahead in technology. But of course, he can't show us one. Just trust him. Stavati's going to, and remember all the things that I said that Stavati's going to do. Power plants, airplane manufacturing in India, airplane manufacturing in China, airplane manufacturing in the Middle East. They're going to be manufacturing electric cars in the United States. And now they've got a computer chip that they're going to be manufacturing. Does he know what it costs to have a manufacturing plant for integrated circuits or computer processors? Hundreds of millions of dollars. So there we go again. Now he's saying that they're going to manufacture computer chips.
And so you get multiple different computations off of each photon. There's 144,000 of them in a grid, 12 by 12.
12 by 12 chip with 144,000. Does he even know anything about physics? Listen, they can make things very, very small now. And what do I know? I just have an education and a career in IT and computer science. You cannot fit 144,000 processing cores on a 12 by 12 piece of silicon. You dumb moron. You idiot. I'm really starting to think that David Wilcock is retarded. And I don't like that word. People are going to get mad at me. It's the only word that fits. From a physics perspective, you cannot put 144,000 processing cores on a 12 by 12 piece of silicon. Here, he gives it away that this is all fantasy. None of this is real, friends. And take it from me, a guy who's been involved in computer science my entire life, that he's inventing. This is science fiction. It doesn't work. You can't do that, David Wilcock. You cannot physically put 144,000 processing cores on one 12 by 12 piece of silicon.
And that will revolutionize everything. You can run it on a lemon. It requires almost no energy.
Oh, that's another thing that makes this against the laws of physics. 144,000 processing cores running on a lemon. You would need thousands of watts of electricity to run 144,000 processing cores. But don't let little things like real physics and real science and real mathematics get in the way of a good fake story that you could tell to morons while you're begging them for money on the internet like a scumbag grifting con artist loser.
You could now get your cell phone down to the size of a credit card. And so those computer chips are going to be a big part of this too. But again, the main thing is...
Oh yeah, they're going to, besides making spaceships and making electric vehicles and rocket ships and super advanced fighter aircraft and firefighting aircraft and jet airliners, they're also going to manufacture computer processing chips that will revolutionize the industry. And look, the mark of a bullshitter, you ever notice this? Everything that he talks about is better than what all of the experts have, right? He's got a computer chip that's worlds ahead of Intel or NVIDIA, right? They've got airplanes that are 33% cheaper than other manufacturers can make them, and they fly further. It's always better. This is the mark of BS, friends. He's going to do better than Intel at making computer chips. With who? With what resources? He's going to do better than NVIDIA, RISC, IBM, ARM, Apple Silicon. He's going to do better than all those huge multi-billion-dollar companies. Your entire life is one big lie. You live in a fantasy world built on nonsense, bro.
Is it going to fly? Do we have levitation? So we are going to be designing hover cars. And again, we have a $2 billion business plan, and we're now having four...
I have a $2 billion business plan too, David Wilcock. All I need to get started is some moron to give me the $2 billion. That's basically what he's saying here. We have a $2 billion business plan. All we need is a moron to give us $2 billion. Even though the last moron that gave us money, one of them, gave us $1 million and we stole it and never gave him his money back on his investment, and he had to sue us and call us a Ponzi scam and investment scheme, some other moron's going to come along after we robbed one guy allegedly of $1 million, and he said our business is a Ponzi scheme and investment scam. But don't worry, some other moron, after we already ripped the guy off for $1 million, a previous investor off for $1 million, to the point that he had to sue us, some other moron is going to come along and give us $2 billion. Then we can execute our business plan and do all these amazing things I've been talking about. For 3 years, he's been talking about this shit. Nothing ever happens.
Entities competing over funding it. And if the others still want to come in, we're going to find other ways to use their money as well. But in some senses, once we get that business plan funded, we really don't need money anymore.
Oh, good. He could stop begging and telling people he doesn't have money for groceries while he's buying thousands of dollars worth of new age nonsense.
So it's pretty amazing.
It's pretty amazing that anybody would believe this clown. That's what's amazing. That's what's truly amazing, friends.
In the course of doing this work for you and for the Alliance, I get hit really, really hard.
He gets butt banged really, really hard. He doesn't get hit. He's getting butt banged really, really hard. Last Minute Lacey with $10 Canadian. And injustice is being done to Stephen Cambian. It's wrong and immoral. These people are afraid to be exposed, and they are afraid of Stephen. A day of reckoning is coming for all of them. Well, thank you for your kindness. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I think that David Wilcock has a pathological fear of me because he knows that my involvement with covering Corey Goode wrecked Corey Goode's grift. And certainly there was a lot of other people that wrecked Corey Goode's grift, but the kill shot came with my publishing of those depositions. And so he knows that I'm the grift killer. I could kill your entire grift. And therefore he has both a pathological fear and a pathological hatred of me. But I'm not trying to diagnose him. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. This is just my take on it. Pentaxenstein, what's the date of this live? It's last Sunday's live. It's his very last live show. He has another show posted for tomorrow, I think at 2 p.m. That is if the weather weapons stop and he's able to broadcast. That's another thing. This loser is saying that he's being attacked by weather weapons because the wind is blowing. 0 with 5 and 1 for the goal says evening, folks. And we've got Last Minute Lacey with another 5. Watch UFO Culture's Dark Side, Misinformation and Manipulation in the Dark Alliance with Jay Widener, the debrief channel. I watched this last night. Yeah, the people who produced that Dark Alliance docuseries, Spooky here does the graphics for us. So Spooky was like an editor and writer and producer on that project. We're well aware of it. Thank you, though, for your kindness. And Lenauser with another one for the goal. Wait, tonight I've discovered fake medical advice, fake airplanes, fake free energy, bad hair, fake aliens, bad hair, and it's all one person. Yes, it's all one person, Lenauser. It's all one person. And we've got Pentaxenstein. He's the MVP of getting us to the goal, friends. And Lenauser, and all of you people, thank you. IBM, Google, and Atom have only wrangled 1,121 qubits into a chip at temperatures colder than space. You're right, but he's going to have 144,000, Pentaxenstein. He knows better than Google, Apple, and everybody else. He knows better than all of them. Alien scientist here and says fake bacon. That's right. Canada has fake bacon. Canadian bacon is just ham. That's all I'm saying, alien scientist. Pentaxenstein with 2. Thank you for your kindness. Truth Seekers, Tony Bond says, Truth Seekers, I'm still mad at you for making me suffer the Elizondo leak. Holy crap, what a bore. I got to tell you, Tony, I have heard many UFO lectures, talks, and presentations over the past, couple decades. And that Louis Elizondo live event was the most boring, unoriginal UFO talk I've ever heard in my life. Wilcock's imaginary legal team are in the clouds, says Soil Alpin 900 AD. Well, thank you for your kindness. And we want to take a moment to thank Iron Chef Sakai, who has gifted 10 Truth Seekers subscriptions over there on Kick. And we've also got Devoured Eagle, who gifted a subscription over there on Kick. Clydesdale gifted 6 subs. Let's get some subs over there on Kick. Let's go, friends. I'm getting an extra paycheck this month from streamingonkick.com. And we've got Dambit gifted a subscription. Bloodwolf 2A2 became a subscriber on Kick. Jake Raz became a subscriber. And Mewtwo XV Real became a subscriber. We've got Boba 1489, Dark Blue Yoshi gifting subscriptions, King Coke and Clydesdale. Thank you all very much. Let's get some subs over on Kick. We appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support, every single one of you. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I lost my place now. All right, where are we at? Okay, so Macario says, sorry, these next 2 clips are very long. Here's where he says that I stole money out of his bank account. But I think that they are important to capture. This may be needed in court one of these days. Wilcock has effing slipped and went way too far this time. I think that he is worried about Stavati, especially after all the court docs that were shown last night. It's all about to go away. The company that Wilcock is talking about, Internap, out of Georgia, is a company that sells data center and cloud computing services. If anyone has seen Wilcock's tax filings for his 501c3, you can see how he has been paying crazy amounts of money for internet services. I think that he is trying to get back money for services he was paying for. In his mind, though, it was Steven hacking his little computer. If Wilcock is not careful, he is going to find his ass sued for defamation. Yeah, and if he's worried about security and me being such a hacker, well, he's got chips with 144,000 processing cores. Couldn't he like encrypt his entire computer using that advanced processor? Well, he could if it was real, but it's not real, so here we go. So here is David Wilcock. He's about to accuse me of stealing $4,000 from his, I think it's his checking account. And this, my friends, is where this is insanity. With no evidence whatsoever, he's going to tell 500,000 people that I stole $4,000 from his bank account. And I got to tell you, David Wilcock, I have decided on what I will do to respond to your false allegations. And I'm not going to say what I'm going to do. But if I were you, I would be very worried right now. Because this time, as Macario said, you went way too far. You went way too far. The Red Knock Preppy says, Cambian confirmed as a ham hater. I don't really dislike ham. I'm just never, like when your mom would make some meals, you'd eat it because you had to, or your dad would smack the shit out of you if you complained. Ham was one of those things for me. I'd eat it, but I was never like, ooh boy, ham. Now, I will say that I have a Traeger, a wood-fired grill, and my neighbor puts like a spiraled ham on one of those Traegers, and that is delicious. But generally, no. I love bacon and I love pork chops, but not a big fan of ham. My son, however, will devour an entire ham himself. He's 12 now. He must be like, I got to measure him. He's got to be 5'6" right now. He's 12 years old. And he's a big man, and he can eat troll with 5. Honestly, if David Wilcock had a female body, do you think it would be beautiful? Come on, put his head on a female body, more fitting for David Wilcock. Well, yeah, and we've done that. We have done that. He does not make a very attractive female, and we know that because we've done it. And praise the cash, hallelujah. By the way, we'll check in with we are halfway to our goal. We are already halfway to our goal. Praise the cash. We need 25 more kind and generous people to send a super chat of $5 or higher, and then we hit our goal. We'll get some overtime.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
Michael McConnell with one. Whoa. We're halfway there. Keep hating on these wackadoos, Stephen. Thank you very much. I believe that I will. I believe that we will. they're easy to hate, taking advantage of all these people. And look, this is what I want to say. If I were David Wilcock, I would be very, very worried right now, because I have always sort of taken the path of least resistance with him, and I have not been very aggressive in defending myself from his false allegations. But I have turned the corner on that, and I have decided that I will be aggressively defending my name and my reputation against these false and defamatory statements that he's making about me. Now, again, just to review, he said that I'm a terrorist. He said that I work for the deep state. He said that I try to extort money from him. He said that I'm a Satan worshiper. He said that I'm a child predator. He said that I left death threats for him. But remember, he also said that I called animal control on him and got him swatted. And we know those weren't true. Those were totally false, and I proved it. So, David Wilcock, do I have to prove that you're lying more? Because I will. And I'm not going to tell you guys or David Wilcock what I'm going to do. But I have the perfect plan that will do many things, including educate his moron followers on his long history of false prophecies, of lying to people for money, of selling fake stories, of using fake government insiders and taking money from people, claiming that he had some kind of insider secrets when they were fake government whistleblowers that he was using, right? And hey, David Wilcock, how dare you call me a child predator? You worked with one. Do you remember Bill Brockbrader? Bill Brockbrader was a court-martialed PDF file. He was court-martialed for assaulting his own young underage sister-in-law many, 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 many times. That was one of David Wilcock's government insiders. So how dare you make accusations? I didn't work with one. You did. I didn't milk one for fake stories that I could sell morons. You did. And while we're on that subject, he keeps mentioning Steven Tyler. He's so proud that he knows Steven Tyler. Steven Tyler brought you up on Rogan, and Rogan skewered you as a lunatic, basically. And also, while you're calling other people PDF files, do you know that Steven Tyler once adopted a 16-year-old girl so he could fuck her? He adopted a 16-year-old girl so he could bang her, and you're palling around with that guy, and you're hanging out with Bill Brockbrader. What is that saying? Birds of a feather, David Wilcock. So I will not reveal what my plan is, but you are no longer going to be able to make these false allegations against me to your followers without your followers, every single one of them, David Wilcock, will get my side of this story. And then what are you going to do? What are you going to do, David Wilcock, when every follower you have gets a communication with a condensed presentation about all of your years and decades of lies, deceits, fraudery, fakery, and nonsense, and taking money from vulnerable people that you claim is some kind of secret government knowledge, or now you're claiming you're getting secret, sacred knowledge from angels. No, I don't think so. You're not going to continue to disparage me and damage my reputation like this. How dare you? How dare you make those false allegations about me to 500,000 people? Karma is coming, David Wilcock. You won't even know when it comes. You won't know, but it's surely coming for you. And like I said, I have been too merciful. I've decided that I have been too merciful with this clown. You know, he called me a Satan worshiping child predator, and I didn't do much except, go on my show and say that that's false allegations. I have been far too merciful. I have been far too merciful on this lying scumbag prick. But, Mr. Wilcock, there is no mercy left. There is no mercy left in my heart or my soul for you. You've turned the corner. You've gone too far with this latest set of false allegations. So I want to tell you, Mr. Wilcock, good luck and God bless you. And may God have mercy on you, because I will not. No mercy going forward after this shit that you pulled. No more mercy for you, David Wilcock. I'm fresh out of mercy. No mercy going forward, Mr. Wilcock. Good luck. Good luck.
In the course of doing this work for you and for the Alliance, I get hit really, really hard.
Yeah, he gets butt banged by reptilian aliens.
We have one guy who is basically attacking me full time. We have a team of 8 people now that we pay.
Again, this is a false allegation. If I was attacking him full time, wouldn't that mean that I was doing a show about him for what, 8 hours a day? A couple hours a week. I listen to your show and then I do commentary and respond to it. That's not a full-time job. And this clown claims that he has 8 people working for him. Well, can we see the receipts? And by the way, David Wilcock, I said no more mercy. Are you paying those people under the table? How are you paying these 8 employees? Do you, Mr. Wilcock, have all the proper paperwork to have 8 employees working for you and your company? Do you have their 1099 forms if they're subcontractors? Are you taking out appropriate Social Security and disability taxes, unemployment taxes? Do you have an accountant who is issuing those paychecks to the team of 8 people? You better. You better. Like I said, no more mercy. No more mercy, bro. You better have all your paperwork in order for those employees. You better have it. You're going to need it very soon.
Almost $2,000 a month, and I'm happy to do it. But if it wasn't for this one guy, we probably wouldn't even need them.
And by the way, our guest that we had earlier tonight is one of the people that responds to his Twitter threads and trolls him. I never have. So, again, you're lying to your audience. It's because of this one guy, Steven, that I have to have all these employees. Well, we just proved tonight that there's other people that send you mean tweets. And by the way, David Wilcock, mean tweets are not death threats. Don't exaggerate and embellish. Mean tweets are mean tweets. They're not death threats.
But we will keep them in place afterwards, but I think there's going to be a lot less to do once we bring him to justice.
David Wilcock is a lawman now. He's going to bring me to justice. For what? For accurate reporting? For showing people the court documents proving that an investor called your company an investment scam and a Ponzi scheme in court documents? For what? Showing people the court documents showing that your company got evicted from a portion of its property because you were letting a sewage company dump fill on that property illegally? What are you bringing me to justice for exactly? Telling people the truth while you're lying to them?
We are going to be suing this guy. His name is Steven. It's not Stephen Greer. It's not Steven Tyler.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be suing me. Okay, he's been saying this since what, June or something like that? And by the way, I have the right shirt on today. Don't sue me, bro. That would be the dumbest thing he ever did. And I'm just here to tell you, friends, when I say no more mercy and that, I'm going to become much more aggressive in defending myself against this clown, I mean it. If this moron is stupid enough to bring legal action against me, he's going to give me subpoena power. I will be able to subpoena his financial records. I'll be able to subpoena his telephone communications, his text files, his text messages, his emails, and more. And if he thinks I'm dangerous to his grift right now, give me the power to subpoena your personal private records, David Wilcock. Give me that power at your own peril, bro. And if I get that power, I will have no mercy on you. I will also be able to get you to sit for a deposition for 8 hours. And also your wife. And also Christopher Beskar will be, I'll subpoena everybody. I'll subpoena those 8 people working for you too.
Unfortunately, the name Steven used to be a positive. And what happened is, when I checked my bank account Wednesday morning, someone had tried to steal $4,000 from me We have very strong, compelling reasons to believe that this is the work of Stephen once again. And
So there we have it. Likely me. Likely? What is your evidence for this? And by the way, friends, there is a gotcha moment here because David Wilcock, I got you, bitch. I got you. I got you. And I can prove that you are lying to your audience about all of this stuff that you've been accusing me of. And we'll get into that after we hear your allegations. May God have mercy on your soul, David Wilcock, because I am out of mercy.
I will tell you why. And I specifically had my dreams tell me I need to talk about this. I have decided I will not remain silent in the face of ongoing criminality. I checked my bank account on Wednesday, and it was freakishly low. I'm like,
What? Okay, so he checked his bank account on Wednesday, and it was freakishly low. Well, for all we know, Tuesday is gay hooker, butt bang day. And you spent all your money on gay hookers on Tuesday. He showed no evidence to support why his account was freakishly low. If he can make allegations with no evidence, so can I. So maybe my allegation is that he spent $4,000 on getting butt banged by multiple gay hookers. Okay? Maybe that's what happened to the money, David Wilcock.
like, what the hell is going on? And I saw 7 different transactions that were all trying to post from what it said on the statement. I'll show it to you. Was Internap Holding Atlanta, Georgia. Notice the spelling. Atlanta is spelled incorrectly as Atlanta. What the hell is Internap Holding? Well, obviously, a legitimate business would not misspell Atlanta.
Legitimate businesses misspell things. They code things wrong in a computer all the time.
They would catch that and they would spell it properly. So if you want to look at this, I have a Chase bank account. This is what I saw. It freaked me out. It was horrible.
Do you notice there's no dates? A real bank statement has dates. Unless he just made this to hide the dates. Why would you hide the dates? Why can't we see the dates that these charges were made, David Wilcock?
Horrific. They're stealing your money. They're stealing your donations, the love that you give me to try to keep this show on the air.
So he says that I am stealing his donations, the love that people give him. You notice how he equates that when people give him money, that's love? This is cult-like tactic. It's basically neuro-linguistic programming. When you send me money, that's love, right?
The first one is 1207, 1,207.76, 1,205.32. Somebody tried to do this all in one day. Charge all this stuff to my account in one day. 1,000.
We don't know if that's a true and accurate statement because there's no dates here.
4603, and then we had 2 of them that are almost $200, 195.49, 193.67. Internap Holding, who the hell is that? Then we had another one for 127.20, and then another pattern is the $9.60. $4,000 getting ready to drop out of my account. And I ask you this question: how would you feel if this happened to you? Well, I can tell you that it was horrific, and so I got on the phone.
It was horrific. And just to let you know, Internap Holding is a company that provides cloud computing, data center, and networking services. And it is headquartered in Norcross, Georgia, not Atlanta or Atlanta. And the services they provide are cloud hosting, co-location services, managed hosting, network services, storage, and security services. And isn't it interesting that David Wilcock was just talking about building data centers, and suddenly there's these charges that he says are fraudulent? Okay.
I called Chase Fraud Prevention right away, and I was on the phone with them for 45 minutes while I was building these slides, because I knew I was going to have to do the show on Saturday because I'm being attacked with wind. And now my bank account is being attacked.
He's being attacked with wind.
By the way, I never got the notification you're supposed to get. Oh, your credit card has been compromised. It's in a database. There was no database. So I hardly ever used this card on anything. So how did anybody get my card number? It suggests
he hardly ever uses this card on anything. And yet there's thousands and thousands of dollars in that account. Why don't you use those thousands and thousands of dollars to buy groceries and stop lying to your audience that sometimes you don't even have money for food? to get more donations, maybe? Is that why you do that, David? While you've got thousands of dollars sitting in an account that you never use?
Again, the DS, as an inside job, leaked it to the person they've probably been paying to come after me. And now that the U.S., as I was calling it last week, the Z funding, and the rest of it is aid, right? You know what I'm talking about. Now that that's been cut off, maybe he doesn't have the money that he used to have, so he got more desperate.
Yeah, the deep state was paying me to troll David Wilcock with money from U.S. aid. But then they cut off my funding, so I had to just go steal money out of David Wilcock's bank account directly to fund my activities for the deep state. What a moron idiot this guy is.
That's one of the reasons why I think it's him, and there's other reasons as well. So again, how would you feel if you wake up one morning and you're missing $4,000 in your available balance, but it's all listed as pending?
Well, yeah, that would be upsetting, but I'll tell you what I wouldn't do, David Wilcock. I wouldn't just willy-nilly go on a live stream to 500,000 people and claim that I knew who did this, unless I had overwhelming evidence to support that the person that I'm accusing of doing it actually did it. But you're a little neurodivergent, as they say, right? I don't want to use the R word again. So that's what you decided to do. And now remember, he has no proof that I did this. He has no evidence that I did this. And look, cards on the table, and I'm being as honest as I could possibly be. I have 2 children. I am the full-time caretaker of a severely autistic, nonverbal autistic son. I have a wife, I have family, I have responsibilities here. I would never, ever do anything so selfish, stupid, and reckless that would endanger my freedom or take me away from my children and my wife. I would never commit a felony or risk prison. Period. Full stop. I would just never do that. Now, there may have been a time in my younger years before marriage and children when I was a little reckless, right? But those days are long gone. And I, on my word of honor, I had nothing to do with this David Wilcock situation. And I would never, ever risk criminal prosecution for a lousy $4,000. Because unlike you, David Wilcock, I don't owe millions of dollars. I'm not in financial turmoil, but grifters always are. I am very financially stable. I would not risk prison time to steal a lousy $4,000 from you, or any amount, really. Detective with one for the goal says, "Get him, Steve. We're in the middle of it." And Pentaxenstein says, "Tough guy Wilcock going to find out I've got more money and time than brains. Fafa when it comes to my friends. Believe it." F around and find out. Yeah. Listen, David Wilcock, if you are dumb enough to, file a lawsuit, Pentaxenstein is going to, and a few other people here are just going to hire me lawyers. It won't cost me anything. And we will wreck you in a court of law. And we'll tell the judge and jury about you taking baths in your own piss and a lot of other things. You may end up in a rubber room by the time we're done, because I will have no mercy. A Wilcock deposition would be amazing, says Wreaking Havoc 215, longtime show supporter. Well, if it happens, it happens, right? And look at that. Mr. Fart Sniff's World. What a great user ID. We got quality people here in the live chat. Mr. Fart Sniff World just became a YouTube channel member, and that is great. Thank you very much, and praise the cash. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash, all of you. And just a reminder, if you become a YouTube channel member during a live broadcast, then what we do is we give you a big shout out and a thank you. And a big shout out and thank you, and I'm going to have to say it again, to Mr. Fart Sniff World. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. If you become a YouTube channel member during a live broadcast, we will give you a big shout out and a thank you. And welcome to being a member. Is your bank account or credit card account, you just claimed both, Dave, big difference, don't you think? He's contradicting himself outright here. Yeah, he can't even get it straight. Lily is here throwing $2 in my hat. You didn't have to do that. It was enough to be a guest. Thank you. Thanks again for having me on. It was fun, says Lily. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. So let's see what other lies this clown has to say.
So I got on the phone. I was on the phone for 45 minutes. They tell me, no, we can only seize it from when the theft first started. And during the time I was on the phone, she went back and found that this has been happening about $1,300 a month, every month except for October, since August. So August, September, November, December, January, I was losing $1,300 a month, and I wasn't paying enough attention. I definitely will be now. I'm going to be watching my account probably every day, looking at the transactions, because what the whole game is, you got to catch this stuff.
Yeah.
And that's the way it is with Steven, too. You got to catch him. I've had to hire 8 people to stop him from doing this stuff. He is an expert hacker.
I'm an expert hacker? David Wilcock, thank you for the compliment. But listen, if I was such an expert hacker that I could just randomly steal $4,000 out of anybody's bank account that I would want to do that to, I would probably be in Aruba or, some tropical paradise, just stealing $4,000 10 times a day. And I know I just said I would never do that, but just spitballing here. He is saying I'm some kind of master hacker. I know a lot about computer science. I also know a lot about credit card companies and finance because I worked in finance for Fortune 500 companies and IT. Like, it's not easy to just, hack somebody's bank account and start stealing money out of them. I am not what most people would consider a master hacker. Do I know a lot about computers and have worked in computers? Yeah. And but that doesn't mean that I have the capability to just hack David Wilcock's bank account and steal money from him.
And if you haven't already heard this, nobody's ever heard of anything like this before. He says that he's a critic. He says I'm a grifter, a con artist.
Yes, you are a grifter and a con artist, and I can prove it.
How ironic that he is actually stealing your donation money.
So this right here, friends, is classic projection. He's basically saying, this critic is saying I'm a con artist and a grifter, but he's a thief and he's stealing donations from me. He's stealing your donations. So that would mean that all $4,000 of that income came from donations. Does he have paperwork to show that all that money was from super chats or from PayPal donations, that whole $4,000? See, we got a little bit of a problem with the receipts here, David Wilcock. You just fucked yourself bad doing this to me. You are fucked, bro. You are cooked, bro.
Part of why I think it's him is that he harassed and threatened the CEO of Stevati Aerospace, Chris Beskar, left incriminating voicemails that we are keeping for our legal evidence.
Incriminating voicemails. The only voicemail I ever left, to the best of my recollection or knowledge, at Stevati Aerospace was asking questions. There's nothing criminal, David Wilcock, about calling a public phone number to a public company as a reporter and asking questions. There's nothing criminal in that. Why don't you play the voicemails? Play them. Let's see what I did that was criminal. Right here, he is admitting that he has the evidence, but he's refusing to show it. And does the evidence really show what he is saying then? Why wouldn't he show? Why wouldn't he play the voicemails? Do you think I'm a moron like you, David Wilcock, that I would leave incriminating messages on a voicemail knowing I'm being recorded? I'm not that stupid to do that.
On the exact same day that this $4,000 grift was attempted.
So his evidence that I stole this money is that I left a voicemail on one of the days that those transactions were hitting his account. I left a voicemail at Stevati. Do you know I've been reporting on you and the Stevati story for years now? It would not be uncommon for me to call and ask questions. I've done it several times. I've stopped, actually. I haven't called Stevati in a long time because he says even calling Stavati to him is some form of harassment or stalking. And I don't want him to be able to say that I'm harassing or stalking him. So I stop calling and asking any questions. Going forward, if I ever need questions answered, I'm going to put them in writing. I'm going to email them, David Wilcock, because I don't need a pathetic, money grubbing, e-begging scumbag moron like you equating a reporter doing his job asking questions with harassment or stalking behavior.
So we do have his threatening voicemail. We're going to be using that in our lawsuit against.
Threatening voicemail. Why don't you play the threatening voicemail? And again, you need a wackadoo translator when you're listening to David Wilcock. What he is taking as threatening is asking questions, because to a grifter, somebody questioning your scam or grift and lies and fact checking you is very threatening. I have never been anything but professional and kind when leaving a voicemail when researching material for the show. I have never left a threatening voicemail for David Wilcock or Beskar or anybody at Stavati Aerospace. I'm sure that I may have left a voicemail, and the voicemail would have went something like this. Mr. Beskar, I have a clip here of David Wilcock claiming that the Beskar armor on the Mandalorian was named after you because you designed spaceships for the Star Wars prequels, and George Lucas was so happy with your work that he decided to name Beskar armor after you. Is that true? Can you get back to me? I'm on a deadline. Here's my phone number. That would be the kind of message that I would leave. Does that sound threatening to you or any sane, rational person? Of course not. It's because it's not threatening. It's a reporter doing their job, trying to get an on-the-record comment from somebody that we caught lying. And by the way, we know that David Wilcock and Chris Beskar lied about that because John Christian Spadavaccia talked to the writer of The Mandalorian, who said they never heard of Christopher Beskar, and no, they never named the Beskar armor after Beskar. And anybody can check IMDb. Christopher Beskar did not work on anything Star Wars. Go check.
Him. He's scrambling to try to steal my money. We don't have any evidence he's been stealing money out of Stavati.
Oh, so there's no evidence that I stole money out of Stavati. Like, if I was really trying to fuck with him, wouldn't I steal money out of both Stavati and his account? Why would I just stop at him?
But somehow he got my card, which I hardly ever use.
So I got his card, which he hardly ever uses, and there's thousands and thousands of dollars in that account that he hardly ever uses. But yet, see, right here, you're proving that you lie to your audience. You told your audience that sometimes you don't have money for food. And meanwhile, you have an account that you'd never use that has thousands and thousands of dollars in it. So we know you're lying for those super chats. That's a form of consumer fraud, David Wilcock. Like I said, may God have mercy on your soul because I am out of mercy for you. Good luck.
And
Good luck with what comes next.
last time that he called and threatened Chris was on a Friday. And so Friday morning, we got an email allegedly from India threatening us with bombs and explosives, saying we're going to die.
Yeah, so he's blaming me for death threats made by anonymous emails. And again, David Wilcock, if you're right that I'm a master hacker, wouldn't I know not to send threatening emails because my IP could be traced to those emails and I could face criminal prosecution for making terroristic threats via email? I'm not a moron. I didn't send you. These are the previous claims. Previously, he claimed that I'm issuing death threats by email, but he hasn't proved those claims are real. The problem with David Wilcock is that he makes accusations against me and he doesn't prove them. And then the next week comes and he just makes new accusations that he has no evidence for. And even though he hasn't provided the evidence to prove the previous allegations, he piles new allegations on top of the previous allegations he never proved. And here we are.
He said, I want to kill David Wilcock. I want to blow him up.
No, somebody sent you an email. There's no proof that I said those things.
Now, I forget exactly the wording, but it said, I want to kill David Wilcock. Allegedly from India, out of nowhere. We've never heard of this guy before. And he's talking about Corey Good. I haven't done the show with Corey Good since 2018.
Yeah, but you just did a live event. You just did a live event with him a few months ago, you moron. That's why people are upset. After all the money that you scammed the UFO community out of with Corey Good and his fake stories, you're still working with him.
Nobody talks about that anymore except for him. So on that morning of Friday, he says, I want to kill David Wilcock and Corey Good.
No, nobody talks about that except for me, I think he's saying. Go look at Jay Widener, David Wilcock's Gaia TV producer's Facebook. Every day, I think, just about, Jay Widener talks about David Wilcock and Corey Good and what scammers they are. So nobody? We can clearly demonstrate that a lot of people talk about what a scam you and Corey Good ran on the UFO and New Age community.
And he's all pissed off at us. Wait a minute. The show's like 7 years old. Where have you been? Who is this guy?
Yeah, the show is 7 years old, but the documentaries you made with Corey Good are not 7 years old. And that live event that you just did with Corey Good was a few months ago. So even though you know for a fact that Corey Good scammed the entire UFO community with completely fake stories, with you working with him, and what were you taking? More than half the money, I bet, for those fake stories. You're still working with the guy who scammed the entire UFO community out of all of their money. Documentaries, book deals, comic books, live speaking events, live disclosure events. All of that money was scammed based on fake stories. And you know now that Corey Good admitted that all those stories were fake, and you're still working with him. That's why people are still bringing it up, David Wilcock. It wasn't 8 years ago. You just worked with him a few months ago, you moron.
Is it really India? No, he's just pretending to be, because again, he's a hacker.
Oh,
so that's how
hacker.
it started. And then on Saturday, Stavati...
He sounds like a paranoid schizophrenic that is like connecting dots about people that are out to get him. But these dots don't really connect. Does that make sense?
Got an email claiming to be from Russia, saying that we were selling military products to Ukraine, which we were not.
Now, again, here he is saying that they got an anonymous email from Russia. So first it was an anonymous email from India, and he said, I did that. Now he's saying I also must have sent this anonymous email from Russia. Yeah, I guess I must be some kind of super hacker to be able to fake all this stuff, right?
And then saying that Russia was going to blow us up with explosives, the same threat as the day before from India, allegedly from India. Says he's going to blow us up with explosives unless we pay him in cryptocurrency.
And for the record, let the record reflect, Your Honor, I do not have a crypto wallet. David Wilcock is claiming to his dumb as rocks moron followers that I'm the one who tried to extort him. And I chose a payment method that I can't even accept because I do not currently have a crypto wallet at all. Therefore, I did not attempt this extortion against Mr. Wilcock or Stavati because I'm not a moron. And if I was going to extort somebody, and I certainly did not extort anybody, why would I choose a payment form that I cannot accept or redeem? So, hey, Your Honor, I am precluded. I could not have been the person that made that extortion attempt because I don't have a crypto wallet. But don't let things like facts and evidence get in the way of falsely accusing somebody of crimes they did not commit. And let's remember, he's supposed to be a goddamn spiritual guru, an enlightened master. And he is right now accusing me of all these heinous things with no evidence whatsoever, with no receipts whatsoever.
So he was actually trying to extort money on a Saturday. And so Friday we have an explosive threat from India. Saturday we have an explosive death threat from Russia, which supposedly from Russia. Again, these are supposedly. And he's saying, oh, well, you have to pay me money, so I'll give you the names of the people who are going to do this so that you can bring them to justice. No, we're not going for that.
Yeah, that's a great extortion attempt. Like, give me money so I could tell you who these people are that are attacking you. I live in the state of Pennsylvania, David Wilcock. Even under threat of subpoena, I don't have to share my sources with you, nor would I ever. And I certainly wouldn't accept any financial arrangement in which I threw my sources under the bus, because I live and die and breathe as a journalist by my sources, which are very, very good. You'll note that last week, one of our sources leaked an audio tape of a Lou Elizondo performance. I will never reveal who that person was that did that, because I have great sources. I would never, ever do anything like this. It is so ridiculous and childish for him. And listen to this level of, there's no evidence that I did any of this stuff. There's no evidence I did any of this. None.
In the middle of this 24-hour period between these two threats, Stephen called our CEO off of his own phone number. He disguised his name, but it was the same phone number.
No, my phone comes up with my name. I did not disguise my name.
And again, threatened us.
I never threatened. I called Stavati. You guys remember, I called Stavati on air to ask about the Beskar armor. And when I did that, Christopher Beskar doubled down and said David Wilcock was telling the truth, that Mandalorian armor was named after him by George Lucas. And that is on the record. It's on a live stream. It's recorded, David Wilcock. Why don't you play this threatening phone call I made? He can't play the threatening phone call I made, because I never made any threatening phone calls to David Wilcock, Christopher Beskar, or anybody at Stavati. I did my job as a reporter and called and asked questions. That's what he is considered threatening. I'm threatening them because I'm asking questions about lies that they tell people. I'm threatening them with the truth and with fact-checking them as an investigative journalist.
So now here we go. We've got $4,000 being stolen out of my account by a hacker, somebody who hacked my credit card, and then Stephen calls Chris the same day and leaves threatening messages. So you see the formula, the death.
He made slides. That's his proof. Well, I made slides, so this shit must be true. I wouldn't have made slides if this shit was all fake. Why would I make slides if this shit wasn't real? This is his proof. Is this what he's going to show in court? Is this what he's going to show law enforcement to prove that I did this stuff? Some slides made on what looks like, Windows 98? I don't get it. The Gravity Dragon with 5 pounds, one for the goal, found you through the Snortex. I'm sure that you would be a billionaire if you were an expert hacker. Good point. If I was an expert hacker, I would probably be rich. Yeah. But hey, Garage G is here. Where are the emails, Wilcock? Show us the actual emails you are keeping as evidence. He can't show the emails because they probably don't exist. At least, I don't believe they exist unless I see them, because David Wilcock lies constantly. If you sneeze at Wilcock, it's a threat. Yeah. He definitely seems to have a personality disorder. And Joke Creer says, Steven's laugh gets me every time. Yeah. I hate the word schizophrenia, says Gigi Abby Lynn. Well, I don't know if you know this, Gigi, but my mother was actually paranoid schizophrenic and had many, many mental issues while I was growing up. She finally got the right meds and help later in life, but I had a rough childhood with my mother because she had these, I guess, what could only be described as psychotic breakdowns. And it was very difficult, very, very difficult. So I have a tremendous amount of empathy for anybody that suffers from mental illness because I dealt with it a lot growing up. And then there's other people in my family that also suffer from paranoid schizophrenia.
Threat happened in the morning on Friday. He stalked him that same afternoon, and then he made the terror and extortion on Saturday. And
now remember, he's saying all of these things as statements of fact, but he has no evidence to support that what he is saying are actually facts. This is, he did this, he did that. Where's the receipts, David Wilcock? You're not smart enough to do this with me. When I say things about you or Stavati, for example, when I say that Stavati was evicted from part of their property, I have receipts to prove that that is a fact, right? Maybe while your parents were paying for most of your college, you should have taken a course in basic journalism or something so that you would know that you cannot make statements of facts without evidence to show that those facts are indeed facts and not just your moronic opinion based on nothing.
Again, he wanted to take money from us, which now makes me realize,
He may have already been stealing and wanted more. This clown made slides to accuse me of stealing money out of his bank account. But notice what's not on the slides? There's no evidence. There's no evidence that I did any of these things. He's losing it, this clown.
doing this since August. He was already stealing money and he wanted more. It's been going on since last August. I was getting hit, as I said, every month for about $1,300. I didn't catch it, but I always kept running out of money. And again, it's this clever thing where they experiment with $10, $200, $1,200 to see, will it get approved? Will it go through?
It sounds like he knows more about stealing from people's bank accounts than I do, really.
And then they keep doing it every month so that it looks like you are on some kind of a payment plan. So the bank didn't catch this, unfortunately, because again, it's below the level where it would really ping the ultimate fraud attacks.
All right, and I didn't catch it, but noticed I was always broke. So in David Wilcock's paranoid, delusional mind, it's totally my fault. It's my fault that David Wilcock is broke, right? I decided to live in a $2 million mansion I couldn't afford. It's my fault he's broke. I decided to get caught lying and selling people fake secret space stories for years. It's my fault that he's broke. Like, this is typical narcissist behavior. They never accept responsibility for their own problems, their own failures. They always find somebody to blame.
So again, there was 3 tranches, above 1,000, around 200, and around 10, as I already showed you. So I was shocked when this happened.
So this is his evidence that somebody was fraudulently taking money out of his account. And I'm sorry, I don't believe it. I don't believe that this is even a real bank statement until that is verified to me. I don't believe a word this man says without due diligence.
And in the bathtub, I said, who is doing this? And I just kept getting Steven, Steven, Steven.
Oh, this is where it gets gross. Oh, this is so gross. He just said that he's thinking about me in the bathtub while he's naked. And his imaginary friends said, it's Steven, it's Steven. And so he just rolled with that. He just rolled with that. This guy just said that he's thinking about me naked in a bathtub full of piss. I don't know. Was the bathtub full of piss when he was thinking about me naked? Ew, that's so gay, bro.
And in the bathtub, I said, who is doing this? And I just kept getting Steven, Steven, Steven. So I never had any indication that my card was stolen or in a hack database, which leads me.
So here is the truth, though. Did you hear that? His evidence that I stole this money is that he was taking a bath, maybe in piss, maybe in regular water, maybe in a mix of piss and water, I don't know. But while he was taking a bath, he asked his imaginary friends, who did this to me? And his imaginary friends said, Steven, Steven, Steven did it. His evidence that I stole this money is that his imaginary friends told him that I stole this money.
Me to wonder, is somebody leaking these card numbers as an inside job? So part of why I'm telling you this is I'm warning all of the Patriot influencers out there. This is bare knuckle boxing.
He doesn't mean Patriot influencers. He means Q-tards. He's warning all the Q-tard people.
Okay, there's no holds barred.
And by the way, anybody with a brain gave up on the Q-tard nonsense years ago. David Wilcock's still holding on. It's 3/4 of his show now. It's Q-tard nonsense that is meaningless.
So what I think is happening is that the DS is now leaking the credit card numbers of influencers to their paid trolls. The paid trolls get to keep any money they steal.
Oh, that's right, David Wilcock. The deep state leaked me your credit card information. And then they said, you can steal as much money as you want from this moron, David Wilcock, and we'll let you keep it. Do you have any evidence of this? Or did your imaginary friends tell you this too?
It's part of their salary, but they're getting this inside intel that they wouldn't otherwise have. Because again, I'm very careful. The only way you can prevent this, just like how we have a customer service team, and anytime that I make a X post, I have to let them know in advance that I'm doing it. We catch this stuff that he does within, seconds usually.
Again, I only have one Twitter account, and David Wilcock has me blocked. I have not ever, to the best of my knowledge and recollection, ever used a fake account. I don't have a fake Twitter account. I'll swear to that under oath, David Wilcock. I'm not the one trolling you on Twitter. But tonight we had a guest that's one of the people that trolls you on Twitter. And you know what? I think that shit is funny. I think that's funny that you have to hire 8 people so that nobody is allowed to send you a mean tweet on Twitter. You have to spend thousands of dollars a month to live in your delusional fantasy world where you only have one critic and everybody loves you. It's just this one guy. So you have to pay thousands of dollars to live in that delusional fairy tale world.
But he works very hard. He creates 4 or 5 fake identities.
I have no fake accounts. I have no sock puppet accounts. I have no fake identities. Full stop. And I'll swear to that under oath. And by the way, David Wilcock, if this goes to a legal situation, you have to prove that I have fake accounts. And I know for a fact you cannot prove I have fake accounts because I know I don't use any fake accounts. I've never created a fake account. I've never had. Oh no, I did have a second Twitter account ages ago called something like Shit My Wife Says. And I used to tweet funny stuff that my wife said to me. Very sarcastic, funny stuff that she said to me. And then I found out that somebody else had an account like that. So it's not the famous Shit My Wife Says. I had my own. I was kind of pissed. I was like, oh, this guy beat me to this idea. Did any of your mean tweets come from that account? By the way, I haven't logged into that account for years. And in court, I'll be able to prove that. Will you in court be able to prove that I sent those emails, that I tried to extort money from you? Will you be able to prove that I left threatening voicemails? Will you be able to prove that I stole this money? Or are you a big enough moron that you're going to walk into a court of law and tell a judge and a jury that I was taking a bath in my own piss and I asked my imaginary friends who did this to me, and they said, Steven. Can you say, case dismissed, he's a wackadoo lunatic, and his imaginary friends told him that Steven did this? You are losing it, bro. And by the way, I just want to take a moment to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors. We are 32 for the goal, 18 to go. We may get some overtime tonight. For those unaware, our goal is 50 super chats at $5 or better. I need the money for lawyers. Gome, thinking about you in the bathtub. I know, isn't that gross? I almost threw up. Gome. This clown is sitting in a bathtub full of piss, talking to his imaginary friends about me. He's not mental at all, right? The end is near, beware with $10. Was going to give you $1 million, but Wilcock said you were a thief and a threat. So I guess you could just use that in court against him to prove losses. Well, thank you. Yeah, look, David Wilcock, this person was going to send me $1 million, but you damaged my reputation so much, they only sent me $10. So you owe me $1 million minus 10 in damages so far. I mean, this is so pathetic that this guy's willing to do it. And Crocmaster McGeezax is here and says, let's go. Let's hit that goal. We were joking yesterday about the e-beggar sampler. And That's something that Dark Side Phil does, and it goes something like this. We got to get some momentum tonight, friends. So can we get one super chat? Can we get one gifted membership? Can we get one gifted sub over there on Kick? Can we get one PayPal donation? Any amount. Let's just get one of each, right? And get some momentum going. Who's going to be the first person to send a super chat? Who's going to be the first person to buy a gifted membership on YouTube? Who's going to be the first person to buy a gifted sub over there on Kick? Let's go. Let's hit the goals. Let's get some momentum. Who's going to be the first person to send a PayPal pledge? Who's going to be the first person to buy me a coffee? All the instructions for how to help are in the description of the video. And Last Minute Lacey with another $5 Canadian supporting the legal defense. Well, thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support. Yes, Crocmaster McGeezak says, let's grift better than Phil. Absolutely. Assman45ACP says, remind me of Sean David Morton suing Royce Myers. SDM couldn't prove his psychic powers in court. Yeah. And that was a nightmare for Royce Myers. Like, he had to put out all kinds of money, and then I think he got a judgment against him for his legal expenses, but then Sean, of course, is a scumbag and never paid him, right? I've been trying to fill my tub with piss for 6 months, and all I got was 6 inches. Thanks. Welcome to the show. Mr. Fart Sniff World. He's going to keep making me say that ridiculous name. Mr. Fart Sniff World with a kind and generous 5. My pet theory is David Wilcock is broke because USAID gave him money to keep idiots preoccupied so they didn't hassle the government. Yeah, it could be. It could be. You may be right. Oh, that's not good. 1 second. Uh-oh. Oh no, that's a different window. Okay. I thought that I had shut my studio window and that the show was going to crash. Yeah. So thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. I was trying to remind you that the blue avian aliens, they command you. They command you to send me money and help praise the cash, friends.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. The blue chickens command you to praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
Praise the cash, friends. Look at his face in this still. He is just a broken, bitter, angry, jealous little man, right? He is a bitter, angry, jealous, broken bitch. And he's about to be more broke when I put my plan into place. And oh boy, is it a good plan. Good luck, David Wilcock. Good luck, bro. Good luck. Let's hear him finish with this slander and these false accusations.
He says that I'm a grifter and a con artist and a fraud and I'm a disgusting and vile human being.
Yeah, you're a grifter and a con artist and a fraud. You're a fake psychic, one of the world's worst fake psychics. You stole money from people for fake psychic readings, right? Then you stole money from people for books and shit about the year 2000 predictions you made, and that never happened. Then you stole more money from people for your year 2012 predictions, and none of that shit ever happened. Then you stole more money from morons telling secret space program stories with Corey Good, who then admitted under oath that he just made all the stories up and none of them were true, like you and him claimed. Then you stole money from people for an anti-gravity and a free energy course. And you told everybody if they just paid you $333, you'll be able to do it too. And none of them did it. Then you and your dirtball scumbag friend stole $50,000 from the UFO community. You remember that. That's the Pete Peterson GoFundMe scam. Then you and your other scumbag fake insider, Emery Smith, stole $50,000 in PayPal donations, claiming that he was under deep state attack. And you showed pictures of him in the hospital, but it turns out that he wasn't attacked by the deep state. He was attacked by a big bottle of vodka, and he was actually in the hospital for alcohol poisoning. So you took money under false pretenses. Yeah, you're a scammer, a grifter, and a vile, disgusting human being. And most recently, you've been taking money from people claiming that you have secret, sacred knowledge from the Archangel Michael. And for just $333, they could get all of these prophecies. The biggest prophecy of which you said the Archangel Michael said by May of 2025, we're going to have open ET contact and the first wave of ascension. And I'm here to tell you, on May 31st, 2025, I'm going to have a big party. First, because it's my birthday. And second, because that will mean this is another of your years-long grifts and scamming people, vulnerable people out of money for fake shit.
And I have to look at this stuff. I photograph it all for legal evidence. One of the problems we have is we just have so much incriminating evidence, but now...
Oh, I can't wait to see his evidence. Mean tweets. And by the way, David, you know you can't walk into a court with mean tweet screenshots and just tell the judge and jury that I made those tweets. You got to be able to forensically prove that I did those tweets. Do you know anything about computer forensics? I do, because I have a background in computer science and security, you dumb dickhead. You can't walk into a court of law and just say, this account sent me mean tweets. That's Steven. You have to show them through forensic analysis of my computer records that I actually did those things. Same thing for these emails that you're claiming that I made and extortion attempts. And just like I proved that you lied through your fake teeth when you said I got you swatted, I'm going to prove that I did not send any mean tweets, death threats, and I did not steal any money from your account.
We've got terrorism, death threats, extortion, and grand theft. So, to all Patriot influencers, if it's...
Wait, let's hear that again. Here's my list of crimes. Terrorism. What did he say? Terrorism, extortion, grand theft.
And theft. So,
oh, I didn't back it up enough. I'm going to have to clip that.
All for legal evidence. One of the problems we have is we just have so much incriminating evidence, but now
he has no evidence.
Terrorism, death threats, extortion, and...
Terrorism, death threats, and extortion, and grand theft. That's the list of crimes that he has accused me of. That terrorism, extortion, death threats, and grand theft. Those are really big, heavy accusations to make against someone, especially when your evidence for me doing all those things to you, David Wilcock, is that while you were pissing in a bathtub, your imaginary friends told you I did those things. Are you going to tell a judge and a jury this shit, or law enforcement officers?
Grand theft.
You're going to end up in a rubber room when I'm done with you. You're going to be 302'd.
So, to all Patriot influencers, if it's happening to me, my guess is it's happening to you. You need to begin checking your bank statement.
Oh, now I'm not just stealing from David Wilcock. I'm stealing from every Q-tard guy, right? I ought to contact Shadows of Ezra and ask him if he's had my hacking done to his bank account. Did I steal money from every Q-tard or just certain Q-tards? Which is it? And again, all of this is theater for his dumb as rocks moron audience so that he can beg them for more money and so that they feel sorry for him. And this, my friends, is a form of consumer fraud, in my opinion. And again, I'm not a lawyer or law enforcement officer. But when you're begging for money, saying that this guy stole $4,000 from me, but that is not true, it's a form of consumer fraud to me.
All the time. In fact, I'm probably going to have to hire someone as time goes on just to watch my account pretty much every day.
Oh, he's got to hire a full-time person to watch his accounts so that nobody steals $4,000. Wow. So now he'll have 9 employees. And like I said, David Wilcock, boy, you better have your books in order, bro. You better hire a real good accountant because I'm going to need to see paperwork for all of your employees that you keep claiming that you have. And it better be in order and all legal, bro.
And look for anything suspicious. Otherwise, I'm going to be doing this myself pretty much almost every day now. I'm just going to have to check it fanatically, because you can get the money back as long as you catch it within 30 days. So the way the negative works is it only can do this if you're not paying attention. Also, I want to make this very clear. Whoever is doing this, it might not be him, but I highly suspect it is.
All right, so after 10 minutes of accusing me of all of these heinous crimes, 10 full-on minutes accusing me of extortion, terrorism, death threats, and grand theft, after 10 minutes of telling a 500,000 subscriber audience that I'm a terrorist, I issued death threats, I tried to extort money from him, and I stole $4,000 from his bank account, Then he says, it might not be him. It might not be him. It isn't me, you moron. You really are an idiot. You just told 500,000 people that I committed all these felonies, and now at the end you say, well, it might not be him. It isn't me. You're a moron. DJ D's with 10. Stephen, Wilcock needs you. You are the perfect enemy to whine about to his followers. You give him some credibility in the eyes of his followers, cheap street creds. I mean, he's using me as a plot device to make his audience feel sorry for him and donate more money. And I think that's a form of consumer fraud because he's lying to them about me. The Gravity Dragon with £5. Get your overtime, Master Hacker. Thank you. We're heading towards that goal. Penn Taxenstein with one for the goal. All his records are taking up the hangar space. That's the reason for the manufacturing delays. Yes, he's got a whole hangar full of evidence about me. Oh, he convinced his idiot followers you're the one, Stephen. Yes. He probably lost all his money on some meme coin and is pissed. I think he lost all his money on gay prostitutes butt banging him. That's what I think. I think that he spends a lot of money getting butt banged by gay prostitutes. But that's just my opinion. And hey, if he can make accusations with no evidence, and look, I'll do the same dance that he did. He might not be getting butt banged by gay prostitutes, but he might be, I think he is, but he might not be. Then it's okay to accuse somebody of heinous things, right? We need a hacker who posts a video about Bishcock on his account about his grift. Yes, and I want to take a moment to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors. We are racing towards the goal. 38 of 50. And how much longer do we have here? We only have 28 minutes to get 12 more $5 super chats. I think we can do it. That's one every couple of minutes. If we get to the goal, I will check in on Corey Good, which is something that I have not done in quite some time. And let's see what else this lunatic has to say.
Anybody that tries to steal my money or make death threats or terrorism.
All right, now wait. He's going to aggressively prosecute any criminal behavior. Okay? He made a slide saying he will aggressively prosecute any criminal behavior. He claims that I'm a terrorist. That's criminal behavior. He claims that I tried to extort money from him. That's criminal behavior. He claims that I issued death threats against him. That's criminal behavior. He claims that I stole $4,000 out of his bank account. That's criminal behavior. And here he says he will aggressively prosecute any criminal behavior. But what, my friends, do you need to do to prosecute criminal behavior? Well, you need to file police reports. And we'll get to that in a minute.
We will aggressively prosecute you. We will sue you, and you will be in prison.
Oh, he's going to put me in prison. David Wilcock has been saying that he's going to get me arrested since, I think, June of this last year.
Terrorism can go, for a very long term in prison, 16 plus years.
Oh.
So obviously I've had to change all my credit cards. And then ironically, I had the new cards in the mail on Friday and I lost my mailbox key. That's the negative working. You get these negative greetings.
So the moron couldn't even get his credit card out of the mailbox because he's a moron.
So what's another reason why I think that it's him and not somebody else? If it was a typical person stealing numbers from a database, they wouldn't actually watch this 5-hour show a week.
Oh, I don't watch your whole 5-hour show. I haven't for ages, thanks to Macario. God bless Macario, who clips all the best bits so I don't have to waste 5 hours of my life listening to your driveling nonsense.
But he knew that I had just taken out a business loan. Normal thief would not be watching the show, but yet...
Oh, this is his proof. That I watch his shitty show. I don't watch your shitty show, and I can prove that in court as well. All I do is listen to the clips provided by Macario. I don't watch your shitty show.
If somebody was...
I have better things. I would rather watch paint dry than watch your show for 5 hours, bro. Because you are a boring grifter.
Watching the show, then they would know, okay, now I'm going to try to get $4,000 instead of $1,300. So I know I've been talking about this. What do you guys think? How did your bank let it happen? Says Jenny Jean Razzle. My bank calls me if more than 500 is spent, but I have a small town credit union.
Okay, so this is the major accusations, and I categorically deny doing any of these criminal activities that he is telling 500,000 subscribers that I've done. Criminal Restreamer asks, who is Corey Good? David Wilcock did a show called Cosmic Disclosure on the Gaia TV network, which is like a new age nutter network. And Corey Good claimed that he was a secret space program insider and that he was part of the secret space program and like a galactic ambassador for Earth and went on all these secret Buck Rogers like space adventures and time traveled. And for like 8 years, David Wilcock and Corey Good were like grifting partners. You know, David would interview him and he would tell his secret space stories, and they made millions of dollars with those fake secret space stories. And Corey Good later admitted under oath that he made all the stories up. So David Wilcock lost his grifting partner, and he had to move to the I'm talking to my imaginary friends, a la Angels grift. Miss Mojo Rain with 5. Keep doing what you do, Stephen. Suffer, David Wilcock. Yes, suffer, bitch. Sheba Dog clapping his hands. Oh, Gabriel Lundez with a kind and generous super sticker. Thank you for that. Very much appreciated. Someday our software is going to let us correctly display those, and I apologize it doesn't yet. The end is near. Beware with 5. Claims he is involved with all this manufacturing BS, but is using a bank for one. Chase at that. Yeah. Yes. And so here's something that I want to put on the record before we continue. So I can prove that David Wilcock is lying about most of this stuff, at least to any reasonable or rational person. Now, remember, he said that he would aggressively prosecute anybody that committed a crime against him. And then he lists these crimes that he claims I am committing against him. So he claims that I'm issuing death threats against him. He claims that I'm trying to extort money from him or his company. He claims that I am trying to or what was the rest? I'm some sort of terrorist. I'm stalking him. I'm harassing him. And the most recent claim from him is that I stole $4,000 from his bank account. But there's a real big problem with this because I checked in his local jurisdiction for police reports. They don't exist. They do not exist. This clown is saying he's going to aggressively prosecute any criminal activity. And these are some serious claims that he's making against me. He's claiming I'm a terrorist. He's claiming I extorted money from him. He's claiming that I'm issuing death threats against him. He's claiming that I stole, grand thefted $4,000 from his bank account. And yet he hasn't filed a single police report. Not a one. None. But it gets better. My wife happened to work in security for a Fortune 500 very well-known bank for 20 years. She was like basically the head of their fraud department. And I know from my wife that if you call your credit card company and you say, somebody stole this money from me, these are fraudulent charges, either you or your bank has to file a police report in your local jurisdiction detailing the theft and all of that so that the police can investigate it. But there are no police reports about any of these claims that he's making. None. Zero. I checked with the Boulder County Sheriff's Office of Records. They did an exhaustive search. He did not file a police report for terrorism. He did not file any police reports for death threats being made against him. He did not file any police reports for somebody trying to extort money from him. He did not file any police reports that somebody was terrorizing him or stalking him or threatening him. He did not file any police reports for the extortion attempts he claims are being made against him. And he did not file any police reports for the so-called grand theft that people are perpetrating against him. And this is where it becomes a problem, David Wilcock. You better file those reports. But David Wilcock, in my opinion, doesn't want to go to the police because he knows that these stories are all fake. And the police will prosecute him for filing false police reports if he goes to the police with this land of make-believe accusations with zero evidence or proof. He's got to go to the police and say, somebody stole $4,000 from my bank account, and I talked to my imaginary friends while I was pissing in the bathtub, and they said it was this guy, Steven, who, by the way, I previously accused of reporting me to animal control falsely, who, by the way, I previously accused of getting me swatted, and he got all the records and the body cam and proved that, number one, there was no swatting, and number two, he had nothing to do with that, and that I lied to 500,000 people and claimed that he swatted me. Now I'm going to come to the police and say, this man stole $4,000 from my bank account, and I know he did it because my imaginary friends told me that while I was pissing in a bathtub. Good luck with that, David Wilcock. Okay, Finkout says, Wilcock has no fear of prison. He dreams of being banged like a barn door in a storm. That's why he's always talking about wind speed. Oh, that is pretty gross, friends. That is pretty gross. Checking in with the goal, we need 9 more kind and generous folks to throw $5 in the hat. And we've only got 18 minutes to do it. Again, that's like 1 every 2 minutes. I don't know that we'll hit the overtime goal, but if we don't, I'm good. We're going to try to get through the rest of these clips, however. I have a whole team of people. Before he called it a guild. But David, you said you only have one critic. How can I get an entire team of people if there's only me? I'm the only David Wilcock critic in the world. And by the way, Chase is a major bank. If somebody is stealing money out of a Chase cardholder's account, they're going to file the police report for him. And again, there was no police reports filed about this alleged theft event with the Boulder County Sheriff's Office. None. Not a one. That's how you know these stories are fake. He can't go to the police because the police will know that these are fake stories, and they may prosecute him for filing false reports and wasting their time. So why couldn't it be somebody else that's watching your show that stole the money from you? Why does it have to automatically be me? I'm not triggered. Everybody, I've said on my show 100 times that I live in Pennsylvania. Why would that trigger me? Oh, now he's going to connect it all to the deep state. I live in the same state where the deep state operates from. What a mental patient wackadoo this guy is. Pentaxenstein, hearing the call of the goal. Oh,
Going to get angry.
oh, I'm sorry.
So it's pretty predictable because again, the
I
last
forgot to share the video. I'm sorry.
yes, David, prosecute him. We're getting lots of trolls here because again,
Oh, yeah. You better
he has his
prosecute me.
friends. He has a whole team
Oh, yeah.
of people who are coming
Yeah,
after
my
us
team
on
works.
this
I don't even have
chat.
to pay my team.
And,
Apparently,
I'm
they
still
do
giggling
it for
that you have a
free.
bottle of snake oil. You might see half of Illinois become the state of
Two
Indiana. That's funny.
Pentaxenstein.
With
Yes.
my account, it was a small $20 after I made deposit. I called them, they removed it.
Mr.
No,
Fart
Chase is very
Snifferl,
good.
I just wanted to hear you say my name again.
No, it
Pentax's
is
sign
Steven,
with
and I'll tell
one.
you why it's Steven.
there
Somebody
he
was saying,
goes.
"Oh, it
It's
can't be
definitely
Steven."
me.
Well, first of all,
Going with
a
one
normal
for the
thief
gold.
would not
Praise
be
the
watching the
cash.
show. They would not know that there was more money to steal.
Chris
Secondly,
Dorner, respect
I
her.
had just triggered him because in last
There's
week's
one for
show,
the gold.
I revealed
Thank
that he
you.
lives in
Pentax's sign with
Pennsylvania.
another
This
one.
is actually the state where the Philadelphia, to be exact.
I would not be triggered by somebody telling the world that I live in Pennsylvania because I've said it myself on my own show 150 times. So this is a ridiculous argument. And why couldn't it be somebody else that watches his show and knew that he had money in his account because of a business loan that he talked about on his show recently? Why does it automatically have to be me that stole the money? But now he's threading the needle here. Apparently, I live in the state where the deep state operates from.
He lives in the outskirts of Philadelphia. So that's the capital of the DS. And I outed him for that last week, which means that he's going to get angry.
Criminal restrainer.
So it
one
was
for the gold.
It's pretty predictable because, again, the last time
Pentax's
we had
sign with
terrorism
another
on
one.
Friday, terrorism on Saturday,
And another one
Stephen
for the gold.
threatens
Thank you,
our
Stormcrow.
CEO in the middle. Now we
Pentax's
have
sign with
attempted
five.
$4,000 fraud on my card. And for the first time since
we
the
did it. We hit
terrorism,
the goal.
Stephen
Thank
threatens
you all.
Chris again on the same day.
I never threatened
So these are
anybody.
surges. He does it in patterns. And again, he knew that I would have the money.
Good bartender.
He had just gotten angry because I talked about where he lives, which, again, everybody's going to learn what's going on as soon
I
as
don't
filed it.
care if you talk
So,
about where I live.
You know, he's at the very, very end of his freedom.
Oh, here's where he says I'm going to get the death penalty.
He is going to end up in prison, and probably the Alliance is going to get to him before I can.
Oh, the Alliance is going to get to me. Is that a death threat? The Alliance is going to get to me? And here he says I'm going to end up in prison. You first, Mr. Wilcock. You first.
Because I have extensive evidence that he's been doing this to all the different members of the Patriot community, not just me.
Okay, so now the accusations have been elevated again. First, I'm stealing money from his bank account. Now I'm stealing money from everybody I'm not a James Bond villain, you moron. Now I'm stealing money from everybody?
And now we're figuring out part of his funding mechanism. He's actually stealing from your credit card while he's calling you a con artist and a grifter. How ironic.
No, I never stole from your credit card, and you are a con artist and a grifter. And I can prove it in court. Can you prove that I stole this money in court?
Thank God, as I was building the slides, Chase did me a solid, and they recovered most of the money. So here it is. I was so happy when this happened. It says pending, and then it says reversal, Internap holding, da-da-da-da-da. Now, we are going to go after them. We are going to subpoena them. They are going to have to give us the full records of who and where this money was going, and I am sure that account will then be tied directly to Stephen's bank account.
No, it wouldn't. And here's the thing. Not for nothing, but my wife is an accountant, right? And I worked in finance. Let's just go out on a limb here and say, if I were to steal some money, would I put that money in my own bank account? No, because I'm not a moron, David Wilcock. But I didn't steal any money. I never stole any money from you or anybody else.
That's what we're going to find out. Anyway, you got the original transactions on the bottom, and then here it is on the top. So you can see that they've regained $9, $1,218, $127, $9 again, $1,179.
Where is any proof that I did this? A company did this to him, not me. And by the way, I'm going to call this Internap Holding Company and see if we can't get more about this story, because it may just be that they have proof that David Wilcock made these charges and that nobody stole this money. And if that's the case, again, David Wilcock, may God have mercy on your soul. You are a moron showing us who made these charges, because now I can call them as a journalist and try to get their side of the story of what happened here. And I saved your screenshot so I could show the company and explain to them that you are telling 500,000 people that I stole money from them. Or excuse me, that I stole money from you based on these charges. Well, I mean, what did I do? I charged it to a company that I've never heard of and I have nothing to do with, and then they gave me the money to my bank account? That's what you're saying. You sound like a raving lunatic, because you are.
And then $127. So you add it all up, we regained about 2,800. The other 1,200 was lost. And also, they can only do it 30 days after the theft began. So that's why you got to watch your account every freaking day, which I'm going to be doing. The recovery is from August and September, but I'll take it. So if you look here, it says reversal. The first one, 901, 803, 803.
So basically, maybe these charges are fraudulent, but he invented this whole story for his dumb as rocks moron followers.
912.
And by the way, I just want to take a moment to recognize that we have hit the goal. I should get another goal going, right? No, we won't do that. But we thank you, and we will continue to read every single super chat and thank every single person. I just want to take a moment to thank you all for helping us to praise the cash, friends.
Ra commands you to bow down and praise the cash.
You got to praise the cash. I've had enough of this loser.
12,905. So thankfully, they were able to get it. They were able to get all these transactions back, but they can only refund within about a 30-day period after the first time you get your money stolen. So the total amount stolen is roughly $7,700, and he's been doing it since August. This partly explains how he's been able to afford to what appears to be spending full time going after me and many other people.
I'm not spending full time.
And
on
we
this
also
clown.
are spending $2,000 a month for an 8-person team to fight him. So our company is going to be conducting a full criminal investigation. We will go after Internap. They will have to tell us where the money went.
Yeah, I'm going to be conducting my own investigation. And by the way, David Wilcock, you moron, Stavati cannot conduct a criminal investigation because they are not a law enforcement organization. They're a private company. You moron.
He thinks he can hide it. It's going to lead back to him. They will end up having to tell us everything. So here's the deal, you guys. If you steal over
here's where he says I'm going to get the death penalty.
$2,000, you are now committing a felony, and you are subject to up to 24 years in prison. I looked it up. Here it is. It says, in Colorado, felony theft is intentionally stealing $2,000 or greater. So we're at $7,700. This is if you get convicted, you're at least 1 year in prison, and that's down at $2,000. So now you go 4 times higher than $2,000. You're probably looking at least 4 years of prison, fines of up to $1 million, and restitution to the victim. Then when you add that to stalking, terrorism, attempted extortion, we're looking at life in prison, maybe even the death penalty.
I'm going to get life in prison for making videos making fun of this clown. Like, I'm not making this up. You can't make this up. It's stranger than fiction. He said I'm going to get the death penalty, friends. Let's hear that again.
At least 4 years of prison, fines of up to $1 million, and restitution to the victim. Then when you add that to stalking, terrorism, attempted extortion, we're looking at life in prison, maybe even the death penalty.
Wow. David Wilcock says that he's going to get me arrested, and then I'm going to get life in prison and maybe even the death penalty. Friends, he lives in a delusional fantasy world because I'm sorry. Let's educate David Wilcock just a little bit. Okay. I hate to say, well, no, I'm not even going to mention that part of it. I have no criminal convictions, none. I have a clear criminal record. I've never been convicted of any crime other than, maybe a traffic ticket or whatever, but that's not a criminal conviction. So even if he proved that I did all those things, there's no way on God's green earth that any judge or jury is going to give me a life sentence for stealing a few $1,000s and, let's say, stalking, terrorism, and attempted extortion. Not as a first-time offender, you moron. Do you even know how the criminal justice system works? If it's your first offense or first arrest, they go pretty light on you. Now, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a law enforcement officer, but I mean, it's just basic logic. There's no way, even if I did all of these terrible things that he said, and I'm certainly denying that I did any of that, there's no way that I would get a life sentence. Stealing money from a bank account is a white-collar crime. And there's no way, David Wilcock, you sound like an imbecile, a moron saying these things. And again, this just goes to show you that David Wilcock exaggerates and embellishes everything, up to and including telling people that if somebody steals a few $1,000s from you and messes with you and tries to steal money from you and threatens you, they'll get the death penalty. You sound like a moron, David Wilcock, because you are a moron to believe this. You are a goddamn moron. Pentaxenstein with 2 says, Steve, for real, absolutely sue him. Well, you know what's interesting, Pentaxenstein, is that I've spoken to a lawyer who has volunteered to do that for me. It won't even cost me anything. If I chose to really aggressively go after him, I could at no cost to me. But thank you for your kindness. The Gravity Dragon with 2, more DSP style people on YouTube than I thought. Yeah, he's very similar. And thank you, the Gravity Dragon, for your kindness, generosity, and support. And thanks to Pentaxenstein and all you people. Really, thank you so much for helping us to hit the goal. I truly appreciate it. We had a great night tonight of praising the cash.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
Yeah, and Macario says someone in the chat tried to give him an out and say it wasn't Steven, but he had to say it was him. He said the alliance was him saying the alliance is going to get him first a threat. This moron said he's going to make them show where the money was going. It's a company that offers cloud computing services. This is what it was for. I bet it was something Wilcock had signed up for, never canceled, and then noticed, complained, and said it wasn't him that did it.
Very sad situation, but we are going to fully get all this money back, and that may include seizing all of his property.
Okay.
He's going to lose.
So not only am I getting a life sentence or the death penalty, but he's going to seize all of my property. And I've said it before, David Wilcock, I have legal protections in place. You have to sue my company. You can't sue me personally, and you can't get to any of my personal assets. You can get to any of the assets of my company, which is a registered LLC in Pennsylvania, but that company has about $40 in assets. So good luck with that. Again, he's a moron, and he doesn't know how any of this works. All of my shows are clearly labeled produced by my company. So he has to sue the company, not me personally. I'm not personally saying these things about you. I'm saying all these things about you as a representative of a media company. So sue the media company that has $40 in its bank account. Good luck.
Lose all of his property in the process.
I'm going to lose none of my property.
It is so ironic that he is constantly calling me a con artist. And
just to be clear, I don't recall that I was constantly ever calling. I don't use that word. I don't say con artist. I might have said he's a grifter. Look up the textbook definition of what a grifter is. It fits. It fits him very well. But going forward, yeah, I'm going to call you a con artist. Do what you're going to do. Get me arrested. Get me a life sentence. Get me the death penalty. Sue me. I'm going to call you a con artist for the rest of my life. Because only a con artist would make these despicable allegations against somebody, and their evidence for why they're making those allegations is that their imaginary friends, while they were taking a piss bath, said it was that person. Only a con artist would do that while collecting super chats and making dumb as rocks crystal hippie bitch morons feel sorry for them.
yet now we find out it's almost certainly the same guy. And again, this seems very holographically connected with the Doge exposures.
It's not connected at all.
My guess is that the so-called Z, as I've been calling it, money got cut off.
Yeah, listen, you know you're going to have to prove in court that I was getting funded by USAID. Those are public records, you moron. Go find my name or my company in the public records from USAID. Everybody USAID pays is on a public database, you moron.
And that he now does not have the money that he used to have. He can't pay the bills. He can't feed himself. So he had to try to...
David Wilcock, I might have made more on my show, my YouTube show, than you did this month. right? And here he is. Oh, well, probably not, but I do pretty well for myself, and I'm very financially stable. I have a wonderful wife who works for a Fortune 500 company in payroll and accounting. She's incredibly successful financially. We're incredibly successful together. And here he is on a public live stream telling 500,000 people, what was it? I don't have money for food? No, that's you, loser.
And that he now does not have the money that he used to have. He can't pay the bills. He can't feed himself.
Do I look hungry to you, David Wilcock? I am very well fed by my wonderful, beautiful wife. So, no, you moron. And all my bills are up to date. Wouldn't it be nice if you could say the same thing? Here, this despicable moron, grifting scumbag, con artist scammer is telling people I can't pay my bills, while he is a representative of a company who is being sued because they don't pay their bills. You see the problem here? David Wilcock, all of my bills are paid. All of my bills, we get monthly bills, the electric bill and the gas bill and, taxes or whatever. And by the way, I'm up to date on my income tax. I'm up to date on my real estate taxes. I'm financially and fiscally incredibly responsible, and I have to give credit. I have an accountant wife that helps make sure that you do things properly. None of my bills are behind. I don't owe $1.5 million to the IRS, but you do. So don't you dare, you disgusting, despicable scumbag grifter, lie through your fake teeth and say that I don't have money to pay my bills when you owe all kinds of people money.
So he had to try to steal more. I'm frankly amazed that he continues to rack up one felony after another.
Yeah. I must be a criminal mastermind because according to him, I've been committing all these felonies since June of 2024, and I'm still not arrested or even under investigation or in prison with a life sentence or the death penalty. I must be a James Bond level villain, right?
And there is a film coming out in which he and others will be profiled. Very good, my former...
No, you're a moron again. Corey's alien mania will reveal our worst attackers. You mean worst felters? Yeah, I felt it, Corey Good, pretty goddamn good. And if you think that the feltoning that you've been getting from me recently was bad, like I said, I'm taking the gloves off now, Mr. Wilcock, because you are making these despicable, disparaging accusations against me, and your only evidence is your imaginary friends told you that I did this while you were taking a piss bath. So the gloves are coming off. I will aggressively defend my reputation, and it's going to get worse for you, David Wilcock. The coverage of you that I have done up to date has been, I think, fairly balanced and fair. Do I say that I think you're a lying scumbag a lot? Yeah, because my evidence proves that you're a lying scumbag a lot. But I am going to, you said that I was doing this full time, which is not the case, but I am going to spend more time. I'm going to spend more time now because I need to defend myself against these false and defamatory and slanderous accusations against me that you're making with about as much evidence as you make your other claims of being psychic and things like that.
My co-star and guy is making it. It will be out in April. It's called Alien Mania.
Oh,
all of the people
it'll be out in April. I can't wait.
Who have been the worst trolls and stalkers over the years will be revealed. So I highly, highly recommend that you watch this when it comes out.
Yeah, but somebody beat Corey Good to that, and there's already a docu-series on Amazon called The Dark Alliance, which shows that Corey Good was the bad guy in this whole situation, not his trolls or detractors, Mr. Wilcock.
So I talked about Stephen's hometown and that this was actually the same hometown that Biden grew up in.
No, he's a moron. I grew up in Philadelphia. Biden grew up in Scranton. That's not Philadelphia, you moron.
This has now become...
He's like, oh, he must be a libtard. He's from the same hometown as Biden.
A very revealing piece of data after...
I was a very staunch Biden critic. I'm not a fan of Biden.
Last week's show.
Oh, now I'm a member of the Illuminati, too. Okay, all right.
Scranton, Pennsylvania. I grew up in Scranton, all that stuff that he says.
Oh, my God. What a complete and total moron, this guy is. Just a complete and total moron. And now I lost my place, damn it. Oh my God. Yeah, so I want to do this one that, let's see, this one's 17 minutes long. This one's 2 minutes. So we're going to do this one to close. Just give me a moment here.
And at the time, I was very upset.
So here, I just want to put some things on the record. And David Wilcock, like I said, gloves off, no more mercy for you. I have run out of mercy in my heart for you, given the despicable, disgusting things that you've been saying about me falsely. I just want to put on the record how much we talked about the e-beggar extraordinaire, Darkside Phil. But here is a montage of David Wilcock. Now, remember, he just said that I don't have money to pay my bills. Remember when he said I don't have money to buy food or pay my bills? Let's hear the e-beggar extraordinaire.
And at the time, I was very upset thinking my dog's about to die. And I had that fear again yesterday because of, as I said, all these weird behaviors, apparently just caused by the noise, thank God.
Oh, wait, this is the dog one. I'm sorry. Well,
Not
we'll go
know
through
if
this.
she was going to stay alive. It was looking really bad. And then
Yeah, this is proof of animal neglect, David Wilcock.
firemen were telling me, yeah, animals a lot of times have trouble with this, but that just added to the trauma. So Girly is the name of my dog, and you know I call her that because everybody thinks it's a boy. So I just said, okay, you know what? I'm just going to change her name to Girly because I always end up having this gender identity discussion about my dog. Yeah, she kind of looks masculine, but she is a girl, so it's Girly. So we'll just call her Girly, and then we're done with it. Nothing to worry about. She heard her name. You know, she's very, very, very intelligent. And that's kind of a problem because she's a shepherd.
Problem when the
which means
dog
she manipulates you and tries to get you to do what she wants. Not always a good thing. My dog gets all traumatized, so she looks like she might be dying. She had to take 3 emergency walks in a row. The third one, she didn't do anything, but the first 2, the first one was pee, the second one was poop, and the poop came out immediately, which never happens. So I'm like, whoa, what is going on? Stephanie Casino, or Kasanek, she says, this money is actually for Girly.
Nice.
Well, thank you. Yeah, Girly is really at the end of her
Grifting
life
money
now.
off
She's
a
very,
dying
very
dog.
ill.
Grifting money
that's
off
a
a
whole other
dying
story.
dog.
She can't really get off the floor. She's peeing all over the place. She has very, very bad gas. Just the last 2 days, I've had to stop giving her any cooked food at all, which she really loved to get pieces of fat off of my steaks when I have a steak.
Oh, must be
bison
nice.
steak, but
Must be nice.
I can't give it to her anymore because the farting was so bad that it was waking me up in the middle of the night, and it was like
Maybe you ought to take the
either a
dog
7,
to the
8,
vet.
9, or 10 on the scale
Maybe
of
take
horror
the dog to the vet.
of how bad a fart could ever smell. And I'm smelling them every single night. So this is part of my initiation right now. My dog is dying. She's very close, I think.
Oh, wow.
And I'm not going to put her down, but I'll tell you, it's looking like she could go at any time. There's probably organ failure going on. She can't control her bladder.
He said he wasn't going to put her down, and then he put her down right before the animal control people showed up due to neglect complaints.
She can't digest food anymore. I am giving her digestive enzyme supplementation twice a day. It doesn't really make a difference. So that's another part of me dying to who I was before. I'm the guy who has this dog. I've had her since 2013. It's 12 years.
All right, we're going to go to the next clip, which I have found now, of the beginning. Wilcock and his taxes, funny little debts, one massive debt, renting his LA house to his mother. I think that's the New York house that he's renting to his mother, but all right. This is what I call the beginning.
I hope that we will see you there. This is mission critical support for us.
By the way, the guy with the 180 IQ can't work a microphone on a live stream. Listen to that.
We do need the help. We have taxes to pay, to be honest with you. So please come on in and help us out so we don't go into debt. Please, if you do feel compelled to purchase the Michael Prophecies when I can get it released, there is a critical need for funds right now because, frankly, I have a massive tax bill from last year that I need to pay.
And this is the guy who just said, I can't pay my bills. Meanwhile, Mr. Wilcock, all my taxes and all my bills are up to date because I'm not a loser grifter like you who gets by in life by scamming vulnerable morons and crystal hippie bitches.
So once again, I'm in this boat, but at the same time, Stavati is doing great. We've got money coming in. Looks like it's going to be happening.
Yeah, we got money coming in. This is 3 years ago. He claimed that Stavati has money coming in, yet they can't pay their bills.
I don't know quite how soon, but hopefully within the month of March. I also need your help to get me there so that I have enough money to be able to survive.
Yeah, he needed money to go on a vacation where the cabins were like $1,000 a day to rent. He spent tens of thousands of dollars on a vacation, and morons gave him the money to go there and back. Nice.
I'm delaying tax payments right now. Things like this have to happen, so I'm on a payment plan.
Wow, sounds like you're the guy. Between the two of us, David Wilcock, it sounds like you're the guy that's having trouble paying his bills, not me. Why would you accuse me of not having money to pay my bills? Listen to you, you broke-ass loser. He's broke, and he's bald!
But, we're going to get this all straightened out, and I'm confident that our company is succeeding and that we will have some very, very exciting things to show you in the future.
He's never showed us anything exciting except for plastic toy airplanes he printed on a shitty 3D printer.
Thankfully, you guys did step up. Thank you so much. You guys actually did support me financially, and so I was able to address.
And by the way, I've never taken out a business loan. He's telling people I can't pay my bills. He just had to take out a business loan. I don't need a business loan. My businesses are doing great. How are you doing? Oh, you're broke? You're broke and you're bald and you need a business loan to survive. And he also needs to take money from some of the whale donors that help him out. He's talked about it many times.
7 different very bad debts. I mean, not the big one, the tax debt.
Oh, you had 7 really bad debts? Sounds like you can't pay your bills. But you were just saying that I can't pay my bills. Funny that.
I have a couple tax debts that are massive, and I'm nowhere near that. But I paid off taxes on the house I grew up in, which my mom is now renting. So that's really great because we got a tenant now. And it was very inexpensive. It was, I grew up in poverty.
This greedy scumbag is renting his mother a house that he grew up in. I think that's in somewhere in New York. Right? He's renting his own mother a house. Wouldn't you just let your mom live there if you owned a little house somewhere in New York? Nope. He's renting it to his mother. She's his tenant.
So you live in LA and you can throw $100,000 into a house. It's like, wow, that's kind of like using a house as a bank. So that's
all right. So it might be in LA or New York. I don't really know.
That's what I did, but nobody's ever lived there. And now we're getting that all straightened out, which is great. So I had,
So he's renting a house to his own mother, not just letting her live there because that's your mom?
Funny little debts that I hadn't worked out with New York, and I got all that stuff straightened out.
Oh, debts. You had debts, meaning you're having trouble paying your bills? I'm not having any trouble paying my bills.
So thankfully, I've rehabilitated myself so that I'm not in some type of weird, crazy biblical catastrophe like I was basically for the last year and a half, kicking the can around, never having enough money, rarely ever having more than $10,000 at once. And
I rarely had $10,000 at once. It was barely enough money to survive. $250,000. It's barely enough to survive. Cry, suffer, bitch, suffer. You're bald and you're broke and you're a loser.
Often a lot less. I mean, I literally am over $1 million in debt.
He's $1 million in debt, and he's talking about I can't pay my bills? Dude, sounds like you can't pay your bills.
Over $1 million in debt for 2 years. It's very frightening to be this much in debt. It's very frightening to not even be able to pay your tax payment. I mean, I've been able to pay my tax installments, but I'm on installment plans, and some of them last a long time.
Yeah, because you're broke.
Honestly, part of it is I'm really, really hoping that you'll buy my product because I would love not.
He's begging people to buy his bullshit books.
To be in debt anymore. And because I did products like this in the past, now I've got the tax debt. I got to get rid of it. I'm going to keep fighting. I'm going to make sure that I do this. I don't want to wait for that. I don't want to have to reincarnate to enjoy what I'm working on. I want to get it done now. I want to build power plants now. You pay $5,000 one time. You have a device that runs your house with electricity for the rest of your life, and you never need to buy anything again.
And he never showed us a working model. Do you know why? Because free energy is a scam, David Wilcock. And you're a scammer.
Nobody can control you. Nobody can turn your lights out. Nobody can starve you. Nobody can make you hungry. Nobody can bring you to desperation. You can't be affected by a mass blackout. You always have power. You're always safe. And essentially, when you have that in a hover car, you become a portable ecosystem. You bring the energy with you to where you go, and it would be very easy to live anywhere you want.
Oh, well, see, not only will the hover car have anti-gravity engines, but it'll also have a free energy power source, and you can power your whole house from it. Great. I can't wait to see it working. Oh, that's right. This is years ago. They have nothing. They have a whole lot of bullshit and nothing that works.
Because, you know, the hover car is going to have a cooktop, and it's going to have all the things that you need to be able to camp. So that's one of the things I want to do as well. So this is how I felt when I had money.
I can't wait to go camping in my hover car. I don't know about you guys.
I felt that I had a civic responsibility to spend that money for the greater good. And I worked so hard on that I got myself in tax trouble because I wanted all of my money to go there. And then I just kind of assumed, well, I'm just going to keep.
Yeah, he owed $1.5 million to the IRS. And he had $1.5 million. And instead of doing the responsible thing and pay his tax bill, he gave that money to Stevati Aerospace because they promised him he'd get all kinds of money back on his investment. And so far, he hasn't even gotten his $1.5 million back from Stevati. And I don't believe he ever will.
Doing what I'm doing. Well, no. I said, well, you know, nobody's buying the books. I'm horribly broke. I can never make enough money to survive. I barely am making enough money to pay my tax payments. So, okay, I got to get back into doing videos again. I can't just sell books. So, you know, if you order this product, it could be pretty quick that my financial problems are solved. If I make more money than the money I owe in taxes, it's all going back to things like gravel, concrete repair, pipes, electrical, heating,
he's going to dump
cooling,
more money into Stevati.
I mean, that's what
after already giving them
to make sure that you're
$1.5
going to get a
million.
hover car.
He's going to give them even more money. All right, I think we're going to wrap things up there, except for our overtime, and we have $4.99 from Top Jack-O-Matic. I love that user ID. Yo, stream is dope. Leaving for boot camp to be an aviation mechanic. Going to need more streams before I leave. Well, congratulations, man, and good for you. I'm glad that you're doing something cool like that. And I don't know if you know this, but my father was a helicopter mechanic, and he's big into aviation and aviation history. And I got my love of flying things from my father. He loved anything that could fly. He worked mostly on helicopters, but he loved airplanes, and he really loved dirigibles and blimps and zeppelins and lighter than aircraft and balloons. Anything that flew, my father loved. So congratulations, Top Jack-O-Matic, and best of luck to you. Big ups, and not so green salad with $2. Thanks for the money, dummies. Yeah, exactly. Garaji says, because on the surface, it's a slam dunk defamation case. Under Penn's anti-slap statute will make Wilcock pay for it. You know, he's really playing with fire with me at this point. And like I said, I'm all out of mercy for David Wilcock. I'm all out of mercy. Cobra Command says Corey will open himself to so many lawsuits. Well, he already has. He's getting countersued. And Gaia Corporation is going to sue him into oblivion. The Gravity Dragon with 2 pounds says, poor Steve, looks like it's over for you. No, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right here with my beautiful wife that I still have. And listen, the Gravity Dragon, there's a reason that I have a beautiful wife that stays with me. And that's because I can make a woman come, and I'm not allergic to vaginas like David Wilcock, apparently. He's allergic to vaginas. He said it, basically. When he gets near a vagina, he gets physically ill. So DSP is not as unique as he thinks he is. Yeah. Nick Mullins says gravel repair. Yeah, that's gay hookers to butt bang him. If he makes more than his debts, he's going to spend the rest. Gravel repair is code for gay hookers to butt bang me. Okay. Yeah. So that's what that means. Gravel repair is actually a code word for butt banging gay hookers. So, yes. And so I said we're going to do some overtime But I just looked in on Corey Good, and it looks like he hasn't had a video in ages. But we'll do the overtime with something from Corey Good, because it's just ridiculous. Geez, there's an interview from July of 2024. That's pretty long. Let's see if we can find a shorter one. We've already done this one. Oh, let's look at his stupid launch trailer. Corey Good, remember he says that his intellectual property is worth $1 billion. And look at this amateur hour trailer. This is like the most amateur hour trailer. This is the trailer for the project that David Wilcock is talking about that's supposed to be coming out in April. I don't think it's coming out in April, but it is what it is. And we're going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public, and we'll be critiquing the video because it sucks. Of course I'm going to critique this video. It looks like a 12-year-old that just got, like Windows Movie Maker made this trailer. Let's check it out. This is the slop overtime for hitting the goal. Thank you all.
Intradimensional extraterrestrial bipedal bird aliens called blue aliens.
He said he believed a group of extraterrestrial bird aliens were helping QAnon. The idea that that is an actual idea that some of these followers believe is just, I do not understand.
I had several other insiders who were telling me about this, but nobody wanted to.
When he says insiders, he means greasy scumbag liars. All of David Wilcock's so-called government insiders were fake. Corey Good admitted under oath that all his stories were fake. Another one of his fake government insiders was a guy named Bill Brockbrader, who was a court-martialed child predator. Another one of his fake insiders was Pete Peterson, who was the senile old man who was a scumbag that did stock swindles. And we know that for a fact, that he was involved in stock pump and dump scams. And his other insider was Emery Smith, right? Who claimed, David Wilcock claimed he autopsied 3,000 aliens. And even Emery Smith was like, whoa, I never said that. Emery Smith is just really a terrible storyteller, a bullshitter, and an alcoholic and a drug addict, by all accounts. He never worked for the government other than being in the military for a short time. That doesn't make him a government insider. Every time David Wilcock says his insider, he means wackadoo morons that feed him fake stories.
Come forward. Nobody wanted to go on the record. Corey comes out and didn't want to go on the record either, but through a series of unfortunate events, he got nailed and he got into it. So
I was going to say, Corey, because, you've seen stuff that most people, I would say almost all people, haven't seen. Bases on other planets.
Jenny McCarthy's a moron. She's into all this stuff. And you know what the funny thing is? This is her last big gig. Her radio show on Sirius XM got canceled because some genius decided, let's take this girl, Jenny McCarthy, whose only redeeming quality is that she was once pretty hot, and we'll put her on the radio where you can't see her one redeeming quality, but you'll just listen to her. So, of course, her show got canceled because she got no ratings. Nobody was tuning in to listen to this dumb bitch, honestly.
Portal travel, inside spacecrafts, freaking out aliens.
Yeah, Jenny McCarthy, do you know he admitted under oath that he made all those stories up? He's never been in a spaceship or been to space, you moron. Your husband's a moron, too.
But you don't strike me as the type of guy that would be like, oh, you know what? Pick me to tell the world this crazy shit. Like, I'll do it.
In a June 24 appearance on Coast to Coast Radio, Davis said,
This is the trailer. This is the trailer. Oh no, this is for SSP updates on Essential Works. This is the trailer for his other thing. His latest thing is that Corey Good, instead of just lying himself on the internet, has now enlisted the help of his underage children to lie about paranormal activity. That's my opinion and I'm entitled to it. And his wife. That's what his new project is. All of the paranormal experiences that his family have. Well, are you making those up like you made up all the secret space stories?
all three of these papers.
And listen, I don't care if you want to be a grifter, but if you involve your children in internet grifting, then you're a piece of shit.
had been leaked onto the internet by someone on the Beltway. Davis was saying that someone on the Beltway was a good source for the two documents. This is an astounding admission. For the first time since his emergence in late 2014, a leading scientist was on the public record in effectively stating that Good was working with a Washington insider to reveal significant details of advanced space technologies.
Yeah, and that insider was another wackadoo, Eric Davis.
Being studied by the DIA. Veteran FOIA and UFO investigator John Greenwald confirmed that the two documents' initial public release occurred through Good. I saw these documents back in late December and early January, but dismissed them as they are largely sourced, credited to Corey Good. These documents do not appear that they were released under any official channels. So the biggest question is, how did Corey get them?
They knew that at some point...
Yeah, somebody gave him, and those documents are worthless. It's all just philosophical ramblings and theoretical physics, nothing that works.
There was
wormholes, time travel. And in that document, there's an image of Einstein waving to Barney the dinosaur through a teleport or through a wormhole. It is wackadoo stuff. And the person that wrote those documents, I believe, is Eric Davis. And his research was called Crackpot Research and Pseudoscience by the United States Air Force.
Be a big geological, solar, whatever type of event, and that they most likely would go underground, wait out civilization falling, and then come back. Us knowing aliens, or they could care less. They're just trying to appease us until they're...
Oh, he made it all
We
up.
now are authorized also to say, Corey Good has told me that we now can tell you that I did meet in person with my wife Elizabeth 3 different people who are very high-level alliance people. We know this. There was a binder that had all of their different intelligence certificates, classifications.
Yeah, these are the 3 grifters. Jordan Sather was at that meeting, and he thought that they were just grifting, and they were trying to sell like survival courses through David Wilcock and Corey Good's following. They weren't Alliance members because the Alliance is fiction. It doesn't exist. And you were fooled by grifters. But Jordan Sather's a little smarter and was like, yeah, I don't. And he took Jordan Sather with him so that Jordan Sather would co-sign when he started lying about meeting Alliance members. Jordan Sather threw Corey Good and David Wilcock under the bus, said they're grifters, and also said that the people that Wilcock is describing here were just like militia member, survivalist, grifter weirdos.
It's huge. There were 2 whole boxes full of medallions and medals and coins that they get from all these different things.
Yeah, and we know that you could buy those things on Amazon because you once lied about those Intel coins, remember? Lying scumbag.
More than enough proof. There are hundreds of thousands of people involved in this alliance. They are fighting and dying for you.
Hundreds of thousands of people involved in the alliance. Does he mean hundreds of thousands of Q-tards? Back then, there probably was hundreds of thousands of Q-tards. New series. Oh, God. This is old. Oh, there's more. This guy just looks like a fucking greaseball wackadoo, doesn't he? He just looks like... He needs like a twirly mustache, right? Yeah, see? Secret space program, see? Yeah.
Is a hodgepodge. There are ET groups that have been coming here for millennia and basically dropping off prisoners and undesirables from their cultures.
Oh, the prison planet theory.
Onto our planet and then sending them into our reincarnation cycle. So we have ET groups from thousands of different planets and cultures who are here and going through incarnations confused as hell. I was on a planet and everything was going really well, I thought, and then all of a sudden
It's fun to watch him tell his stories now, knowing that in court under oath he admitted that he just made these stories up. They all were works of fiction that came from him, right?
Born here and I have 5 fingers now, and what the hell, and you got to figure everything out, and man, this place sucks.
And I forgot, this clown uses copyrighted music. I'm going to get a copyright claim due to this, but hopefully the new YouTube thing, it lets you erase just the song. So hopefully I'll be able to do
Don't
that.
count on people coming to rapture you off the planet. That's not going to happen. You came here.
Oh, Corey Good just threw David Wilcock under the bus and said that rapture or the ascension is not going to happen.
I have this experience. It sucks, and I know you want out of it, but you're here. And you're here for the whole thing. Tough shit.
Oh boy. Yeah, let me sign up for that. Can you believe that people spend money to hear more of this nonsense from people like Corey Good? And yeah, I hear from somebody that's a member over there at his website that the website is dead. I have not confirmed that myself, so take from that what you will. It's rumors and speculation. But Corey Good's numbers are in the shitter. Like, he used to get hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube. He's getting nothing now. Nothing. He's broke and he's a loser. And he owes all the people, well, not all of them, but he owes a few of the people that he sued their lawyer money back to the tune of almost 80, I think, or $100,000. Amez32 with $2 says, can I be a Men in Black? Yes, I will deputize you. You could definitely be a Men in Black. Questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. Here is the Vaping Pig, who is a YouTube channel member. He's broke and got butt banged by blue chickens. Absolutely. Absolutely he did. Those places were packed with middle-aged women. Yeah, it's all old ladies. That's who their fans are, right? You're getting a little old. You might die soon, so you start getting into new age stuff, right? Oh, one who studies says it's $42,000 or so. But that's just one judgment. Corey Good has multiple judgments against him now. One from Gaia, one from, yeah, and Spooky is here reminding everybody, watch the Dark Alliance for the breakdown on Corey and David. Yeah, search for Dark Alliance. And maybe someday, I did an interview for this docuseries like years ago. It's supposed to be in the new episodes. I don't know when the new episodes are coming out. People keep asking me. Nice try, Steven. He has 5 fingers now. He's rich. No, he's broke. Crystal hippie bitches. Patty Wilhelm. Yes, crystal hippie women. Yes, and Arlene Atkinzel is here, and I needed you to email me. I wanted to ask you a question, Arlene, so please email me when you get a chance, and I'll run something by you. We can all be Men in Black. All we have to do is say we disagree with Good and Wilcock. Yeah. And then suddenly you're a deep state cabal member or a member of the Dark Alliance. Do you like skateboarding and or Queens of the Stone Age? Queens of the Stone Age, not really a big fan. I mean, I'll listen to them if it's on the radio, but I've never would buy their music. And skateboarding, when I was younger, sure. And it's funny, my 8-year-old got a skateboard, and I hadn't ridden a skateboard in forever, and I almost fell and smashed my head into the concrete. I was like, oh, it's harder than I remember. You know what's funny is every once in a while I want to get rollerblades or roller skates again. Believe it or not, I used to do both, and I would rollerblade or roller skate. I had both kinds all over the city of Philadelphia, like miles and miles and miles, because there's a lot of great hills, and it's better than walking. And I didn't have a car. I don't think I got a car until I was like, geez, man, I must have been 25 before I had a car. And what a piece of crap that was. The Vaping Pig says, thanks for the live streams. Just got caught up. You got me through brutal 12-hour shift in the kitchen today. Thanks, Steve. Glad to hear it. I'm so happy for all of our friends all over the world who listen at work. If you're one of those people, big ups, and thank you for listening. And I hope that we provide you with some entertainment that helps the day go by quickly. Catuagent 247, you should have me on your show sometime. I'll shred anything David Wilcock has to say. Well, we're always looking for guests. You can email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. Are you a sci-fi fan of stuff like Warhammer? No, I used to call Warhammer Dorkhammer because one of my brother-in-laws like spends tons of money on that stuff, so I would call it dork hammer. I'm not a fan of those kind of games. When I was a young kid, I played Dungeons and Dragons with some of my nerd friends, and but I certainly love science fiction. I'm a big fan of science fiction, especially I like it's kind of a guilty pleasure, like 80s. Remember for a while they were making like after RoboCop came out, there was a lot of like 80s B science fiction movies about robots and cyborgs and stuff that were like action based. I love stuff like that. I love Star Wars, love Star Trek. Um, big Trekkie. And I don't know. I'm trying to like Star Wars again. Let's hope that John Favreau, now that Kathleen Kennedy, didn't she get fired or she's her contract not renewed? So she is gone. I hope they give it to John Favreau because I think the most Star Wars thing that Disney has done has been The Mandalorian. And I didn't like The Acolyte, but I certainly really liked what is her name? The girl Jedi, Anakin Skywalker's apprentice, Ahsoka. I like that. That felt like Star Wars to me. And The Mandalorian felt more like Star Wars to me than any of the three films that they came out with. I thought they screwed the pooch on those last three Star Wars movies. I mean, bringing back the Emperor, you just killed the whole point of Return of the Jedi doing that. You couldn't come up with something. And then I didn't understand those three. They bring back everybody wanted to see the original characters like go on one last adventure today. And they could have done that. But instead of doing that, they just killed them all. And I guess they did that so they wouldn't have to keep paying them. I don't know. I'm told that in the next three, Luke is going to be a Force ghost, like Anakin was for him. And they were supposed to make a Rey movie, but I think they canceled plans for that. Rogue One was good, though. Yeah, Rogue One was also good. But and what's that other series, Andor? The problem I have with Rogue One and with Andor is the thing that most people really, really love about Star Wars is the Jedi. And can you make a Star Wars story without any Jedi? Yes, but it feels like lesser of a story. The Jedi and the Sith are what make Star Wars unique science fiction to me. If you take the Jedi away, you could be watching Dune or be watching Star Trek, and it feels like the same kind of thing. It doesn't feel, to me, it doesn't feel like Star Wars without some Jedi in it, at least a few. Yeah, Kathleen Kennedy needs to go. Yeah. It was a stupid premise from the beginning. Force Ghost so dumb. Give up on Luke. I wouldn't mind if they erased those three last movies and just tried again. I loved seeing Luke in The Mandalorian. That famous scene where he killed all the dark troopers, or killed them, dispatched all the dark troopers. That to me was awesome. You want to relive your childhood. I don't think they did enough fan service in those next three movies because they go woke, go broke. Let's have a female heroine. She's suddenly the most powerful Jedi in the universe. She had almost no training. Like, none of this shit makes any sense. And I don't know why you make a great character like Kylo Ren and then just kill him. You know? And same thing with killing the Han Solo. Why would you do that? It doesn't make sense. Now, Princess Leia, they couldn't do anything about because she died in real life. But I thought they wasted those three original characters. They completely and totally wasted what could have been. And if you read any of those, they're no longer part of the canon, but if you read any of those books that came out after Return of the Jedi, there was a great story about what happened. And Luke married Mara Jade, another Jedi, and they had children. And they kind of took ideas from that, but they screwed it all up. I think that the people who wrote all three of those movies should never work in Star Wars ever again. Have I discussed Gene Hackman? No, I haven't. But it's a big tragedy. I grew up, my father was a Hackman fan. He loved everything Gene Hackman was ever in and would watch it. And my biggest exposure to Hackman was probably the Superman movies, of course. but I didn't think that he did a good Lex Luthor. Like, why not be bald like the Lex Luthor in the comic? They made him bald with like a bald cap. I think there's a story that he was a big star, and he was a bigger star than Christopher Reeve when the first one came out, for sure. And he refused to completely shave his head, and he didn't want to be bald on camera too much in the movie or something. And like, that's the character. Lex Luthor is bald. It didn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense. Yes, the guy had a mysterious death at 95. It's impressive. Well, it's very tragic. And, what I will say is get yourself a carbon monoxide detector. Make sure there's one in any room that you sleep in. Absolutely. And my wife has reminded me that I have to check the ones at the cabin or buy new ones, because accidents happen, especially with space heaters and propane. Um, a family member of my wife died in a camping trailer with a propane furnace going of carbon monoxide poisoning. He didn't have a detector. You should always have a detector, both a smoke detector and a carbon monoxide detector, especially in any room that you sleep in. Um, I heat my cabin with wood. We have a big wood burner, and boy, does that thing get hot. So you got to be safe about it. Have you watched The Penguin? Probably the best DC adaptation of years after the most recent Batman movie. I didn't watch Gotham, and I didn't watch The Penguin because I like Batman, but I started watching Gotham, and I started watching uh, Penguin, but I didn't really like it because I want to see Batman. I'm a big Batman fan, and it just couldn't hold my interest, these other stories. And I felt the same way about the Joker movies. That second one was terrible. The first Joker movie, pretty good, but it seemed like a replay. The first Joker movie seemed like Taxi Driver to me. Seemed like they just stole Taxi Driver and made it Joker themed, or a story like that. But the second one was awful. It just horrifically awful. Well, there you go. Penguin was excellent. They ruled that Hackman didn't die from carbon monoxide yesterday. Well, I have to catch up. I have not caught up. Did you see the Mark Hamill video where his pants fell down while he was giving a speech? Yeah. Yeah. And look, I grew up with Star Wars. I love Star Wars, and I like Mark Hamill, but he really should shut up about politics, because kind of, he kind of kills my enjoyment of the character with his constant, crying about everything. The fact that Joker's main plot point was getting butt banged by blue chicken men is just embarrassing. Mama Stillboy says Joker 1 was good. Haven't seen the musical one yet. I would skip it. Actually, in honor of Gene Hackman, there is a great. I'm going to catch up on him, and maybe we'll talk about him on a future show. I don't want to speak while being not very up on the story. Last I heard, everybody thought it was carbon monoxide poisoning. I'll have to catch up on the news. But there is a movie with Gene Hackman that I love, and I think, let me just look it up to make sure that I'm saying it right. The title. Yes. It's Enemy of the State with Will Smith and Gene Hackman. And I don't know, there's just something about that movie that my paranoid conspiracy brain really loves. And Gene Hackman sort of plays an old, very experienced spy who helps the other character. It is just great, great movie. I love that movie. So tonight, in honor of Mr. Hackman's passing, may he rest in peace, child of God. I hope he's in a better place and all of that stuff. He was a tremendously talented actor, and I have tremendous respect for anybody that makes a career for themselves in any kind of creative arts, because it's so difficult. Look how many people fail trying to be an actor. He was very, very successful. He made some of the greatest movies in the world. God bless him, and his wife and his dog. It's a tragedy what happened. Um, Anyone here the League of Gentlemen fan? I tried watching that and I fell asleep and never tried again. I didn't really like it. There's a fan theory that it's the same character from the French Connection 1 and 2. That's interesting. And the French Connection is great as well. A little bit before my time. It was probably asphyxia, just not from CO. CO asphyxia is readily apparent. Well, something strange and mysterious, right? There's something strange and mysterious there. So, listen, my friends, I believe I'm going to check something real quick. We're going to check in with the Kick Chat. And make sure that we don't have any subs to read out. Huh. Oh, wow. I just got paid from Kick. I just got paid from Kick. I just want to take a moment to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors because that was no joke. We got a wonderful, wonderful extra paycheck. I think it was something crazy, like a lot, like $500. It was like, you know how like sometimes you get an extra revenue stream and it's only like $50. It's not really going to make a difference to your life. $500 is $500, and that'll make a big difference in my life. So thanks so much to all of you kind and generous benefactors. You, boy, and I have to say, we've tried every alt video platform, Odyssey, Rumble. We tried this pill.net, and we never made any money on these alt platforms that are like, oh, this is better than YouTube. Well, we make almost all of our money on YouTube. That's our biggest revenue source here as a media company. And all the other ones, it was tiny. And like even Twitch, we don't make it. Every once in a while, like maybe every 3 or 4 months, we pass the threshold and they give us $50. But like $50 is not going to make a difference to your month. But $500, hell yes, it will. And also, I want to check in with Buy Me a Coffee. Somebody bought me, I think we got a few people that bought me a coffee over there, and I have forgotten to read those. So I apologize. We have, I got to make this bigger so that I can read it. Please bear with me one moment here. We got a couple of people that are buying me a coffee. The end is near beware from YouTube bought me a beer. Keep up the great work in slaying these basic con men, he says. And then Zamolius at Merker bought a beer. Regarding Bob Lazar, have you purchased any products from his United Nuclear website in the past? Thanks anyway, Steve. Yes, I've talked about it. I actually bought glow in the dark. When I was doing magic shows, a magician said they saw my show and I was using, let's just say, a creature that was painted with glow in the dark paint, and we blacked out the whole theater, and it was really creepy. It would like fly over the audience's head. But anyway, a fellow magician friend of mine saw my show and he liked it, and he liked that bit. But he said, there's this company called United Nuclear, and they sell the very best and brightest. It's like twice as bright glow in the dark paint than everybody else. And I remembered that sounded familiar to me, the company name, for some reason. So I looked it up and I went, oh, that's Bob Lazar's company. And I actually, honest to God, bought glow in the dark paint from Bob Lazar. All different colors. We had green glow in the dark stuff, orange, pink, red, blue. And regardless of him being a huge grifter, that was great glow in the dark paint, and it did make my show better because the brighter the object that we were flying over the audience, the better it looked, right? Yeah, they glow in the dark. United Nuclear's glow in the dark paint is the best, says Garaji. See, he's known for that. It's Element 114 paint. Yes. So we've done our due diligence. We want to take a moment to thank all you kind and generous benefactors. You Patreon supporters, who I am aware I owe a February show journal to. I'm going to be doing that tomorrow on my so-called day off. There really is no day off. But I'll be doing that tomorrow. We appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support on Patreon. And thanks to you kind and generous benefactors that are YouTube channel members. For those unaware, the Patreon is just $1 a month, less than one cup of coffee today. And you get the same benefits on Patreon and as a YouTube channel member. And the YouTube channel membership is $5, but you do get a member badge and some extra goodies on YouTube. but you get the same videos as bonus material. And we want to thank all of you. Thank you, kind and generous kick subs, for getting me an extra paycheck this month. Praise to cash. Hallelujah. And we want to thank you, super chatters, super stickers, and you super thanks people. Did you know that? Even if you're watching a replay, you can hit that thanks button, throw a couple bucks in our hat. I thank every person. If I see a super thanks, I write a reply and thank you personally. So thank you all for that. And thanks to you Buy Me a Coffee people, you PayPal pledgers. What great support that we had today. And also excellent attendance today. I will be back. I have no idea. So follow me on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambian. I'll be saying Twitter for the rest of my life. Follow me on X or Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambian. We always pre-announce the shows there. And we appreciate all of you following me. I'm getting lots more. I think I got 1,000 or more followers in the past couple of months. Spooky is inviting everybody to join the Discord server. If you like these chats, these interactive live chats that we do during our live broadcasts, just know that you can do that 7 days a week, 24 hours a day with like-minded weirdos, cool weirdos, in our Discord server. And Spooky is kindly sharing the link. And yeah, less than a single gravel repair, right? The Vaping Pig says the David Wilcock streams are bangers. Well, thank you for that. So I'm not sure when I'm going to be back. Honestly, I really do need a few days off. There's some things that I have to take care of in my personal life. I have a battery in my car that is very weak, and when it gets cold, really, really cold, the battery dies, and then I have to charge the battery, and so I have to get that replaced. And I've been doing this for like 2 weeks now. But it hasn't been really cold, so it hasn't been dying. But I can't go to the cabin until I fix that because it's super cold at the cabin still. I'm hoping that I'll be getting to the cabin next week. I haven't been there in months, and boy, I miss that cabin. The cabin is calling, and I must go. But I have to get the car repaired. There's also a slow leak in one of my tires. Can you tell I'm terrible at cars? And of course, my brother's a mechanic. He's like, "What's the big deal? Just take the battery out and go to Pep Boys and get yourself a tire plug kit." Like, I don't know how to plug a tire. He's like, "Well, if it's a slow leak, it's probably just a nail or something. You just plug it." I'm like, "Great. You want to come over and do it?" I don't know how to do that. So I got to take it to Pep Boys and pay them to do it or whatever. We just got to make sure that that car is in good working order because it's a long drive, and I'm always afraid that I'll get stuck at the cabin, and then my wife will be stuck with the kids, and she has to go to work. And yeah, but I should, yeah, smash that like button. And remember, there's a few other ways you can help us. It's not just about throwing money at me, though we'll take it. If you haven't already, be sure to smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. As you see, occasionally people gift these free memberships here. If you're a subscriber but not yet a YouTube channel member, and you're in the live chat and somebody gives memberships, those get gifted randomly to people in the live chat. So be sure to subscribe if you have not already. Also, Mr. Ian is here. Yeah, and by the way, we're down a mod, but I'll be adding a mod, I guess, right? As much as you can moderate, you bunch of weirdos. Craig William, this is what David does. The parallels are uncanny. Yeah, it's just like DSP. Just make people feel sorry for you and beg for money. Yeah. So we've done our due diligence for the week. I think next week the shows will be earlier in the week because I'm going to be at the cabin, I believe, if I can get my car straightened out, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I've got a lot of things to do there, so I might or might not be doing a show from the cabin. We'll see. So that's all I got for you, friends. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. We want to thank our moderators, Mr. Ian and Spooky, and thanks Spooky is back to doing those great thumbnails. So I got a bunch of messages like, "Wow, these last couple thumbnails have been really good, Steven." Yeah, because I didn't do them. I suck at that, but I do the best that I can. One-man army here. Yeah. So we'll be back. And in the meantime, though, please do check out our website. It's truthseekershow.com. And from there, you can get all the latest episodes, whether you want the video version or the audio version. They are all there. Yeah, so that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you, including you, David Wilcock. God bless you, bro. And may God have mercy on your soul, because going forward, I will have no mercy for you. God bless all of you.
Cambian pulls the veil so thin. Alien lies crash and burn again. Psychic fakes tremble under gaze. New age con men lost in the haze. Dollar signs and eyes that con you blind. Sell your dreams, leave your hope behind. False prophets preaching empty noise. Silences their deceitful voice. Truth seekers exposing the truth. Truth seekers coming for you. Truth seekers uncover the lies. Truth seekers open your eyes. Dark shadows they slither, they crawl, promising secrets then you fall. Stephen's torch it lights up the dark. Expose the fakes, watch them depart. Skywatchers caught in webs they spin. Spaceships faked by tricksters within. Each fraudster's empire builds on sand. Stephen's truth will make it disband. Truth seekers exposing the truth. Truth seekers coming for you. Truth seekers uncover the lies. Truth seekers open your eyes. Truth seekers exposing the truth. Truth seekers coming for you. Truth seekers coming for you. Open your eyes. Truth seekers exposing the truth. Truth seekers never tire. Under pressure lies break apart. The truth burns bright, it's just the start. Truth seekers uncover the lies. Truth seekers open your eyes. Obey your eyes. David Wilcock got a secret stash, hid it somewhere deep in his past. Whispers in the halls of fame, a box of dildos stealing names. Rumors spread like fiery smoke, hidden deep beneath the cloak. Voices silent in the dark, questions rise like a spark. David Wilcock in a box of dildos. Where was it hidden? No one really knows. David Wilcock in a box of dildos. Oh no, oh no, it's starting to show. Talking about the things we lost, secrets buried deep in the frost. What's the truth and what's the lie? No one's safe beneath the sky. Echoes in the dead of night, cast your shadows in the light. Where's the truth behind these walls? Broken silence as it falls. David Wilcock in a box of dildos. Where was it hidden? No one really knows. David Wilcock in a box of dildos. Oh no, oh no, it's starting to show. Where was it hidden? No one really knows. David Wilcock in a box deep in the frost. What's the truth and what's the lie? No one's safe beneath the sky. Echoes in the dead of night cast the shadows in the light. Where's the truth behind these walls? Broken silence as it falls. David Wilcock in a box of dildos. Where was it hidden? No one really knows. David Wilcock in a box of dildos. Oh no, it's starting to show. David Wilcock had a box of dildos. Or was it hidden? No one really knows. David Wilcock had a box of dildos. Oh no, it's starting to show.
All right, truth seekers, listen up because I'm about to share some mind-blowing intel that you won't hear anywhere else. An assassination attempt was made on President Trump, but thanks to my advanced metaphysical abilities and cosmic connections, disaster was averted at the last second. I received an urgent psychic warning from my contacts in the Alliance just moments before the attack. Using my remote viewing skills, I was able to lock onto Trump's location and channel a powerful energy field around him as the deep state assassin took aim. I manipulated the quantum field slowing down. Time itself, the bullet moved in slow motion, allowing Trump to make an impossible dodge that saved his life. Of course, the mainstream media is covering this up. But now, you know the truth. My fellow light warriors, this is the kind of exclusive information you can only get from David Wilcock. Remember to smash that like button, hit subscribe, and turn on notifications so you don't miss out on more groundbreaking revelations as we fight to liberate humanity from the clutches of the cabal. Stay tuned, truth seekers, because the best is yet to come.
Well, she's breathing smoke, city full of shadows, eyes never sleeping, searching for the gallows.